hold on. If I feel that it's dangerous, boom, knee. Alex, you're trying to reach me from here, up, right, boom, pushing, boom, and then escape. So to conclude, guys, what we had today is one, learning how to position yourself better. When you have two attackers, don't stay in the middle, okay? We had a couple of moments there that he stayed in the middle and then he got in trouble. Second, whenever you can dive into the attacker and use him as a human shield. That's how we call it. Not for too long. 1 or 2 motions, push him away, then get out of the situation safe. Okay, thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a crucial summit last night at Mar-a-Lago, discussing the Gaza ceasefire Phase 2, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, peaceful relations with Syria, normalization with Saudi Arabia, and confronting Iran. Regarding Gaza, Trump reiterated that Hamas will have a very short period to disarm and warned of severe consequences if they fail, stressing that other countries will act if necessary. On the other hand, he said that Israel has lived up to the plan 100%.
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Trump also fired a warning shot to Hamas's benefactors, Iran, should they proceed with their ballistic production and nuclear program.
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay? One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
Now, just before the summit, President Trump was told that he has been awarded the Israel Prize, the country's top civilian honor, for his special contribution to the Jewish people. During a phone call with Education Minister Yoav Kish, Trump said he would consider attending the Independence Day ceremony in Israel to receive the award. Netanyahu explained that since Trump has broken so many conventions, Israel decided to as well by awarding the prize to a non-Israeli.
Well, President Trump has broken so many conventions to the surprise of people, and then they figure out, oh, well, maybe, he was right after all. So we decided to break a convention too, or create a new one, and that is to award the Israel Prize, which in almost our 80 years, we've never awarded it to a non-Israeli, and we're going to award it this year to President Trump. This was announced formally over lunch by our Minister of Education, who's responsible for the Israel Prize. It's going to be awarded to President Donald J. Trump for his tremendous contributions to Israel and the Jewish people.
IDF troops have discovered a Hamas terror tunnel near the Gaza border after heavy rain and flooding caused the ground to collapse. Golani Brigade soldiers identified the tunnel after rain-induced landslides shifted the terrain, revealing an underground passage previously undetected. It was located approximately 800 meters from the border near the kibbutz of Kisufim and is entirely within Israel's side of the Yellow Line. The discovery comes as the IDF continues efforts to locate and destroy tunnels. The military reinforced engineering units in the area, expanded earthworks in the buffer zone, and intensified efforts to demolish underground terror infrastructure. And now to discuss the latest from this summit meeting between Netanyahu and Trump and the situation in the region, we have Ruti Bloom, senior editor at the Jewish News Syndicate, and Professor Chuck Freilich, former Deputy National Security Advisor in Israel and professor at Tel Aviv University and Columbia University. Thank you, both of you, for coming here on the show to discuss the issues. Ruti, we'll start with you. Very friendly meeting between Netanyahu and Trump. Some people are even saying that maybe it was a bit too friendly. Trump, pouring all this praise on Netanyahu, saying Israel wouldn't exist without Netanyahu leading at the helm. Is he gonna later expect to sort of cash in on those compliments when it comes to maybe compromises that Israel needs to make in Gaza?
Well, in a way, he already is cashing in on them. I mean, during that press conference, he also said that President Erdogan of Turkey is a wonderful friend and he'll get along fine with Netanyahu. And he also said that about Ashara, the leader of Syria, who is really a terrorist and a Thai. And so is Erdogan, by the way. So, that already, it's an iffy thing. However, having said that, all the predictions of gloom and doom that Trump was going to give Netanyahu a dressing down at this summit, or that it was Netanyahu who begged for the meeting, and all kinds of rumors like that, they were baloney. What Trump was saying is, without a leader like Netanyahu, we would have lost the war, and I actually agree with that 100%.
Right, so basically we see that Trump, he gives his praise to Netanyahu, but he also says Al-Shara is a strong leader, he called him, his great friend Erdogan. Chuck, what can we make of all this?
First of all, I must say let me just disagree with Ruti's last statement about how wonderful a wartime leader Netanyahu has been. He bears major responsibility for the outbreak of the war, for the dramatic failures and the assumptions that led Israel's strategic thinking before the war and which led to the war. And he also undoubtedly prolonged the war at various points for his own political benefit. And we have unfortunately not achieved all of our objectives. Now, on the one hand, the war was over, whether it was on the Lebanese front of Hezbollah, Iran, and Hamas itself, which was dismantled as a coherent military force, or defeated as a coherent military force. But it is still a military force, a much diminished one, and it is still the primary military political player in Gaza.
Right, so...
Okay. Look, on the one hand, this was a love fest yesterday, at least publicly, and not for the first time. And I really think that, at least in terms of public imaging, Trump could not have been more positive from Netanyahu's point of view. To the extent that I think he has once again inserted himself in the most explicit way into Israeli domestic politics and trying to affect the outcome of the upcoming elections. And at the same time, I have little doubt that behind the scenes, the level of agreement was not as broad as one might gather from the public statements. And even there, as Ruti correctly pointed out, there were disagreements on Syria and Turkey. But even so, when it comes to Hamas, for example, Trump wants quiet in Gaza. He doesn't want to see further warfare. And yes, he supports Israel's position that Hamas has to be dismantled, but he will want to go ahead and maybe compromise on that. And even on Iran, where he really did take a very strong position, and to an extent commit himself to a very strong military response if necessary. But even there was a difference between what he said about the nuclear program and the ballistic missile.
Right. So definitely there was a lot of praise there, but actually not too much in the statements regarding specific action besides that Hamas needs to disarm, but not how, when, international force, all that is up in the air. He did, though, make a very strong statement regarding Iran. He said that if there will be a strike, if there's potential for a strike on the ballistic program, he said yes. And then on the nuclear program, fast, meaning even more strong words regarding that. So is that a positive for Israel, considering that the intelligence is now showing that the Iranians are building up again and may need to be attacked again, which is not a popular position in the Republican Party at the moment, at least at one isolationist wing in the Republican Party?
Well, look, there's no doubt that this was a statement designed for deterrent purposes, to warn the Iranians off, to dissuade them from going ahead, certainly more than they've done so far. And so far on the nuclear level, they haven't done a great deal, more on the ballistic missile level, and especially their intent, as opposed to what's happened so far. The question, though, is what was said behind the scenes. And here again, I think that Trump does not want to see military action. He is heading towards an election year, and as you said, the whole issue isn't terribly popular in the right wing of the Republican Party. And military action does not fit with his overall strategy, which is designed to try and bring greater quiet to the region. He has bigger fish to fry. And at the same time, he recognizes, as Israel does, that Iran is a serious threat and it must be addressed. So he did make these deterrent statements.
Right. A lot of what Trump is doing, though, sometimes it feels like he has that stick and carrot approach. So he's saying a deal would be better. We've offered a deal, but if you don't take the deal, we'll strike. So he has that threat in the air. Does that mean that he's maybe using the threat of a strike, which is credible now because it's been done before, in order to try to squeeze a better deal out of Iran, or are the nuclear talks off the table, do you think?
I think that he absolutely is trying to squeeze, as you're saying, a better deal out of Iran. Not the first time that he's done it, or any other leader. It's a legitimate way of going forward. And again, I think since he wants peace and quiet in the region, well, the diplomatic route is certainly preferable. The question is whether the Iranians are willing to cooperate, and so far they have not.
Right, and they've been 30 years trying to reach a deal with Iran, and it hasn't happened. So there's not that much reason to believe they're willing to make those compromises that really make a breakout to a nuclear weapon impossible for them. They have that goal of a nuclear weapon, so that's why it hasn't been reached until now. What about the Iranian proxies? We have Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza. We talked about earlier about their non-disarmament. Do you think that those were actually issues where Trump didn't really make that many statements? I mean, he did make about Hamas that they need to disarm. Lebanon, Syria, it's a bit more vague.
Okay, first of all, by the way, there was an agreement with Iran, which was reached in 2015, and Trump withdrew from it. I still believe that that was a historic error. In terms of Hezbollah and Lebanon, I mean, both sides, the U.S. and Israel, agree that the Lebanese government doesn't have the capability at this point to go ahead and disarm and dismantle Hezbollah. There's maybe a difference in the timing. We obviously want to see it happen more quickly than the U.S. does. It's a greater threat for us. But we agree on the principle, and we agree that we must go forward here. The U.S. wants to give the Lebanese government more time. The U.S. thinks that Shah in Syria is a bona fide and positive actor here, and not perfect, as Trump has said, but somebody that the U.S. has to work with, and I believe that Israel should as well. And I mean, given the situation, the lack of alternative choices here, it would seem to behoove us to really try and give him that opportunity. So far, he hasn't disproven overall positive intentions, even if, again, it's not perfect. I think that when we may see the greatest short-term disagreement is in Gaza. because Trump wants to go forward. And at the same time, yes, as I said before, he recognizes the need to dismantle, disarm Hamas. But he has to show achievements here because I mean, he declared that he had already brought peace to the region with the ceasefire. I think he's going to want to see some show of an international stabilization force having been created. So someone, he'll have to press Israel to agree to some country being part of this force. So far, there aren't any good candidates, but I think maybe in the coming weeks or month or so, we can see some initial progress there. And he will also want us to go along with the establishment of both the International Oversight Committee and the Palestinian Technocratic Body. He has to show results. And if Bibi has both domestic problems when it comes to these issues, and he has objective ones, because we still have to deal with Hamas. It remains a threat. It remains the governing body. How do you balance these things?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. And when you talk about who's going to be in Gaza, it's very likely looking, or one of the main candidates is Turkey, which Ruti Bloom, who we've lost the connection with her. We're going to try to get her back for this discussion. She said he's not that much different than al-Shara, Erdogan, President Erdogan. Those are pretty strong words, but Erdogan is definitely a Muslim Brotherhood ideologically affiliated. That's the ideology of Hamas, of Qatar. So it's a problem here that Trump does look like he likes that option of inserting Turkey because he has a good relationship with Erdogan, among other things. So what's going to happen with this whole Turkey, Israel, Gaza triangle, in your opinion?
I think it's still an open question. I think you're right that Trump really wants to insert Turkey into the picture. And Israel, I believe correctly, very much does not want Turkey in the picture. This will be a source of contention. Trump may still try to impose it on us. I think in the final decision, it will be as Trump actually said publicly, which is that Bibi will decide, and he alluded to the fact that there is disagreement about that. If he gets Bibi to compromise on some of the other things that he needs to go along with a non-Turkish ISF stabilization force, if he gets him to go ahead with the international body and the technocratic Palestinian governing body, then maybe it'll be easier for him to compromise on that.
Well, maybe Turkey, though, could be an advantage because they have past present relations with Hamas. They have leverage over them. And Trump has leverage over Turkey. Maybe what is considered a disadvantage is a type of an advantage because Turkey could also be an acceptable mediator to the other side. There just aren't many countries here that can be inserted into the mix that can really achieve sort of what Trump and Netanyahu want to achieve here.
Well, I don't think that Turkey can be a responsible mediator here or an acceptable one from an Israeli perspective. Yes, they have leverage over Hamas, but they had leverage over them that led to the ceasefire. The U.S. pressed them and they pressed Hamas. And okay, they want payback now, but the U.S. can still press them. And the U.S. has great sources of leverage over Turkey, including the F-35 deal, which unfortunately probably will go through, but which the U.S. can use. I don't think we can allow Turkey to be there. The situation with them is too fraught today. It's a tinderbox. People talk about potential military conflict between Israel and Turkey. And that's really a horrible scenario, almost a nightmare scenario, not just because Turkey has got a big and powerful military, but it's also a NATO ally. We don't want to be at war with a NATO ally. And the danger of there being armed conflict in Gaza is one. There's a danger that it could happen in Syria. I think we want to keep our distance from Turkey. And even if that wasn't the case, Erdogan has positioned himself as such a virulent critic of Israel. It's not a matter just of criticism, that there's legitimate criticism. Lots of international leaders criticize Israel. But he is a man who has gone just beyond the pale. Repeatedly comparing Netanyahu to Hitler is heinous on his part, and various other statements. He has simply put himself beyond the realm of being a partner for quite a while.
Right. So Turkey, not a great option, according to you. Let's move on to another issue that was actually one of the few issues where Trump showed some daylight between himself and Netanyahu in the meeting, the West Bank or Judea and Samaria. He said specifically there, he kind of deflected that, and there have been some also reports that Trump's team are not happy with some of the things that are going on there, whether it be violence by Jewish extremists or more construction in that area. What do you think about that subject? Because Netanyahu politically definitely needs his, right-wing wing in the government, in the coalition, who are responsible for some of those issues that are causing tensions with Trump.
Well, I think there aren't too many people who are happy with the situation in the West Bank today, or with the settler violence. I think, as a matter of fact, the settler violence does a great disservice to the settler movement. I mean, if you believe in settling the West Bank, then this is counterproductive because it really makes Israel look even worse in the international mind than it does in any event over the settlement issue. As a matter of fact, it makes Israel look very bad for much of Israel's public. This isn't who we are. Yes, there are the ultra-right-wing elements in the coalition who support this, and Netanyahu certainly has a domestic problem here. But those are relatively fringe elements in Israel's society, and they're elements that we should be trying to push out of the picture as much as possible. This is, again, part of the overall area of disagreement between Trump and Netanyahu, where Trump wants quiet on the different fronts. Okay? He wants to make the peace process go forward. He wants to build a regional, if not access, a regional alignment of pro-American states to counter Iran, also so that the need for military action will not be there, but to press Iran as much as possible. He's trying to build American influence in the region as much as possible. So the violence in the West Bank is a problem in and of its own right. It then gets in the way of the attempts to promote, to improve the situation in Gaza. It gets in the way of efforts to contain Iran. It's pretty clear that Trump doesn't want to see this, and that it is an area of discord.
You talked about the regional alliance. A major country in that regional alliance is Saudi Arabia. We know that the subject of Saudi Arabia was discussed. What do you think about possibilities of, this has been talked about for years now, progress in normalization? Is there any chance of that happening as long as the Gaza wound remains open?
I don't think that I think it's off the table for the meantime, unless we see major progress forward on the Palestinian issue. The Saudis are not going to back down. They've taken too public a position on this, and MBS has his own domestic problems with his public. I say with great regret that it's not going to happen for the foreseeable future, barring a dramatic change in Israeli policy.
Do you think Trump is going to... Right. Do you think Trump is going to try to push for some other type of agreement? I mean, he talked about maybe getting something done with Syria. It feels like Trump wants more sort of deals, achievements. The main one is Gaza, obviously. And I think he did maybe express there a little bit in that meeting that the understanding that there's a problem there with Hamas not disarming, which until now it was like done, deal done, peace in the Middle East. He still said he's achieved peace, but it's not there. So do you think maybe with Syria or something with Lebanon, he's going to try to push for something?
Yes, I think he will on Syria, and he will try to encourage Netanyahu to adopt an approach closer to the American one, which is to give Shalom a chance to prove himself. And his record is a mixed one, but at least he was willing to talk about some sort of agreement with Israel, and normalization as not being something which is in the immediate future, but again was something that we could talk about. it looked up to let's say, the late summer that some sort of a deal was imminent. And recent reporting indicates that it was Netanyahu who backtracked from this. Now, part of it is certainly warranted on our part because we are correctly suspicious of who and what Shala is. And we know what background he comes from. And he is still surrounded by a lot of those people. And some of those people are quite unhappy with some of the more positive music that was coming out from Syria a few months ago. And at the same time, partly because we don't know what's going to happen in Syria, we should be trying to help stabilize the situation ourselves and give Shara a chance. Let him disprove the theory that he can be a more positive partner, but we're not giving him a chance to do that. And we're going to have to recognize that he also has his own problems, severe problems. We have to help him help us up to a point.
Well, there's definitely a lot of sort of deterrence posture regarding Syria, saying don't militarize the border, we'll act if Iran tries to insert itself, all those sort of things, and maybe not enough of like a diplomatic posture, as you're saying, just to put out the posture to say, yeah, we are open to making a deal with al-Shara. And I think possibly there is that position that he is a former jihadist, but for convenience out of the position that he's in, he's willing, let's say, to delay the jihad, if we can call it, against Israel to stabilize Syria. Seems realistic to try to get a deal with al-Shara, even if ideologically, obviously, he's not some type of ideological partner for peace with Israel.
Well, he's certainly not our first choice for a partner. But unfortunately, we have to deal with the reality as it is and not the way we want it to be. I don't know if what he's doing is just a matter of convenience vis-a-vis Israel. I think he understands that if he really wants to succeed as the president of Syria and not as the head of HTS, or the former head, then he has to take a different approach because Syria will not be rebuilt. He won't get Western aid, he won't get American support, he won't have gotten the lifting of the American sanctions, and he won't get support from the Saudis and other Gulf states if he doesn't take a very different track. The Saudis aren't going to put good money after bad anymore, neither is the UAE or Qatar. So let's give the man a chance to prove that he really has changed his approach. Again, with all due caution, because the kind of change that we would really want is a major ideological change on the part of this man. But he wouldn't be the first leader in history to change his spots either. So let's be hopeful.
Right, and one could argue that a lot of the deals Israel signed in the past, let's say with Egypt and other countries, were also deals of convenience rather than great ideological conviction. Maybe there's an opportunity here. Professor Chuck Freilich, former Deputy National Security Advisor in Israel, thank you very much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
And now a word from our partners.
Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where one ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem! All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join.
Hundreds of Israeli police officers have carried out a full encirclement of the Bedouin town of Tarabin in the Negev, following days of clashes and a series of arson and vandalism incidents targeting nearby Jewish communities. Police say the operation comes after the arrest of several suspects accused of torching property and damaging homes and vehicles during weekend unrest. Authorities describe the acts as revenge attacks linked to rising tensions in the area. Police confirmed stun grenades were used during searches and gunfire was reported near a mosque, but stressed there was no suspicion of a terror or security incident. Authorities say operations will continue as needed to maintain public security and full control of the area. Protests are erupting across Iran for a second straight day as a collapsing currency and deepening economic crisis spark a new round of public unrest in the Islamic Republic. Demonstrators took to the streets in Tehran and other cities after the Iranian rial plunged to its lowest level ever, nearing 1,250,000 rial to the US dollar on the open market. Shopkeepers closed their stores, major streets were blocked, and clashes were reported between protesters and security forces. The Iranian regime has moved quickly to blame outside forces, claiming the unrest is being driven by enemy, psychological warfare, and cognitive operations and foreign incitement, with IRGC-affiliated media pointing the figure at Israel and exiled opposition networks. Elon Musk and Benjamin Netanyahu have discussed autonomous cars for Israel, and Prime Minister Netanyahu held a conference call from Florida with the entrepreneur, inviting him to take part in a smart transportation conference in Israel in March. The talks also covered cooperation with Tesla and legislation on autonomous vehicles, with the entrepreneur billionaire perhaps to visit Israel to develop that. And that's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, a holly jolly Christmas straight from the Holy Land. Rachel's tomb gets a massive makeover. And World Emunah bringing children's dreams to life. Well, Christmas is indeed over, and we are already missing the holiday spirit. So let's have a look at Christmas in the Holy Land, covered and captured by ILTV News. Have a pleasant watch.
Prime Minister Netanyahu delivered a Christmas message from Jerusalem last night. Christians in Israel and around the world are marking the holiday with prayer, services, and celebrations across the Holy Land. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman is in Jerusalem. Mayan?
Well, thank you, Steve. Merry Christmas from the holy city of Jerusalem. Here I am inside the new gate. When in just a little while, the Christmas market is going to open and the area will be bursting with people celebrating the holiday. The Christian population of Israel is small, but yet very vibrant. Let's learn a little more. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivered a Christmas message last night from Jerusalem, sending greetings to Christians in Israel and around the world, and underscoring Israel's commitment to freedom of religion in the Holy Land.
From Jerusalem, I send warm greetings to our Christian friends around the world. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. From here, the Holy Land.
In his message, Netanyahu emphasized Israel's role as a place where Christian life, worship, and pilgrimage continue openly and safely.
Israel is the only country in the Middle East where Christians can practice their faith with full rights and in total freedom, where Christian pilgrims are embraced with open arms and are so deeply appreciated, where Christians can celebrate proudly their traditions and openly do so without any fear.
As Christmas is marked across Jerusalem, churches throughout the city are holding special services for Christmas Day. These include Christmas masses at Notre Dame, Holy Eucharist services at the Anglican Church on Nablus Road, celebrations at Christ Church in the Emmanuel Complex, Lutheran services and Christmas organ concerts at the Church of the Redeemer in the Old City, and midnight and daytime services at Dormiton Abbey. Alongside the prayers and liturgies, Christmas markets and seasonal events are adding a festive atmosphere to the city. While major ceremonies are traditionally held in Bethlehem, Jerusalem remains a central hub for Christian worship during the holiday, drawing local believers and pilgrims alike.
While Israel's Christian population is growing, the Christian population in countless areas across the region has been dwindling due to systematic discrimination and oppression.
According to the Central Bureau of Statistics, about 184,000 Christians live in Israel today, making up nearly 2% of the population, with steady growth over the past year. Many live in Jerusalem, Nazareth, and Haifa. As churches ring in Christmas across the Holy City, the message from Jerusalem this year is one of celebration, continuity, and religious freedom in the land where Christianity was born.
Looks like Jerusalem filled with lights for the holidays. Now let's check out Bethlehem, a city often described as the birthplace of Jesus. Have a look.
I'm standing here in Bethlehem right near the very large and festive Christmas tree, a tree that hasn't stood in Bethlehem for the last 2 years since the October 7th Hamas massacre. Effectively, Christmas had been shut down, and this year it is back. This evening we're going to be welcoming the Latin Patriarchate into the city for a procession, choir, songs, and dance. The people of Bethlehem, as I'm speaking to them, are saying what they're most hoping for is that the visitors will come back, the economy will rejuvenate, and life will go back to normal. Bethlehem is preparing to celebrate Christmas again. Tonight, the large Christmas tree in Menger Square will be lit. Choirs will sing and worshipers will gather for evening processions at the Church of the Nativity, marking the city's first full Christmas observance in 2 years. The celebrations were canceled in the past 2 seasons amid war, security concerns, and the collapse of tourism, the backbone of the city's economy. Hotels closed, shops shuttered, and Bethlehem became what local leaders described as a ghost city.
The city was unfortunately a ghost city for the past 2 years, but after what we have done, reigniting the spirit of Christmas, we have reignited hope in the city.
At the Church of the Nativity, priests say the return of Christmas is about more than tradition. It's about survival.
We're still actually gathering around this Christmas tree, and it's actually give the people maybe some happiness, joyful, peaceful. I call the Bethlehem, my people, I call them the living stones. They are the stones of Bethlehem because the church itself, it means nothing if people, the living stones, are not praying as to keep the church alive.
Yet beneath the celebrations lies a deeper concern. According to data from the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, Bethlehem was 86% Christian in 1950. By 2017, Christians made up just 10% of the city. Many have left due to economic hardship, security fears, and unequal treatment under Palestinian Authority rule.
Merry Christmas for all over the world, from the birthplace. Come to Bethlehem, it's very safe, and come celebrate the Christmas here.
And now take a look at a few words of hope from the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. En route to Bethlehem for Christmas, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa, said this year we want a Christmas full of light.
Merry Christmas to all of you. This year we want a Christmas full of light because this is what we need. After 2 years of darkness, we need light. We know the problems are still on the ground, but we need to turn the page and look forward to open horizon for our future.
Police officers, worshippers, and marching bands filled the square in preparation for the festive day and the arrival of the Patriarch to the Church of the Nativity. The city, revered by Christians as a birthplace of Jesus, had refrained from public Christmas celebrations over the past 2 years as war raged on in Gaza. But as a precious ceasefire in Gaza is still in effect, its second month, the city is holding a festive celebration marking the day with marching bands and decorations and the return of worshippers from around the world to mark this year's Christmas from the Holy City. With the large concrete separation barrier right behind him, Pizzaballa delivered an additional message of hope on his way to the Church of the Nativity.
We are living difficult times. The problems are all again on the ground, but I felt also visiting Gaza, visiting our communities, desire of life. A desire to go back to life and to rebuild the life from the scratch. And this is the hope for the future.
And Rachel's tomb, a sacred Jewish site and the burial place of our matriarch, is undergoing renovations set to improve the experience for visiting worshippers. Have a look.
The civil administration has announced the start of a major upgrade at Rachel's tomb, one of the Jewish people's most sacred sites. Located just outside of Bethlehem, the site is traditionally believed to be the final resting place of the matriarch Rachel, mother of Joseph and Benjamin, and a figure central to Jewish history and tradition. For centuries, worshippers have made pilgrimages here to pray, light candles, and reflect on her legacy. According to Kogat, the renovation aims to improve both safety and accessibility, following a comprehensive survey that identified infrastructure deficiencies around the entrance and surrounding areas. The first phase includes upgrading the access road, building new traffic roundabout, establishing a dedicated bus bay, and improving pedestrian access and communication infrastructure. A second phase will focus on enhancing the overall appearance of the site, preserving its historic and religious character. For Jewish worshippers, the tomb is not just a historic site, but a living part of faith and tradition. Each year, thousands gather to mark the anniversary of Rachel's death, offering prayers and reflecting on her role as a mother and figure of enduring strength. The renovation is expected to facilitate these visits and ensure that future generations can continue to connect to this crucial symbol of Jewish history.
Well, speaking of preserving historic sites, Regavim is protecting the sites in Judea and Samaria, one of the most charged areas in Israel today, but also one of the most significant areas for Jewish history. Take a look.
Judea and Samaria is the biblical heartland of the Jewish people, home to ancient sites, vineyards, farms, and tight-knit communities. Today, more than 500,000 Israelis live here, raising families, working the land, and preserving Jewish heritage in places far older than the modern state of Israel. For many residents, daily life looks nothing like in the headlines.
No, not at all. I love it here. I feel like it's a very out-of-town vibe, a lot of nature with beautiful views, animals. We have donkeys and sheep, and you can see vineyards from everywhere. It's quiet, very slow-paced life, very calm, relaxed. Kids are playing outside all the time. Also very simple. People here are much more simple, much more easygoing, relaxed.
She says the image portrayed abroad feels disconnected from reality.
Sometimes I sit with my friends in the park. I'm like, are we living in the same place? Like, it's a very big dissonance between what you hear on the news and what you see, what you feel like around you.
For families who have lived here for generations, that sense of calm runs deep.
I'm not afraid. I actually more afraid when I'm going out or traveling the city.
Recent reports have highlighted a surge in so-called settler violence, but Regavim, which tracks land use and security incidents, says the picture is being distorted.
Many of the incidents are actually acts of self-defense. Even the anti-Israel sources admit that there has been an uptick in violence against Jews.
Khan acknowledges that violence exists, but stresses it involves a tiny fringe.
There is violence in the Jewish community. It is an extremely small percentage, and it is an extremely fringe element. The number of incidents of Jewish nationalist crime is minuscule.
She says the narrative itself has become part of a broader political battle, and she called on Israel supporters and Zionists to help Regavim set the record straight.
This is part of a larger effort to delegitimize the Jewish presence in Judea and Samaria.
But for the people who live in the biblical heartland, the message is simpler.
Just want to live, just want to be happy and calm and raise our kids. That's it.
And now let's have a look at World Emunah and the journey of one Kfir Sabag.
The holiday season is about light breaking through darkness, about hope when things feel uncertain. For World Emunah's Neve Michael Children's Village, that message is lived every single day. Kfir Sabag was just 10 years old when his life changed forever.
I remember it like it was yesterday. It was 21 years ago in 2004. I am 10 years old and my little brother was 7. It was a difficult moment.
After losing their mother and father, Kfir and his younger brother were sent to Neve Michael, an Emunah children's home created to give vulnerable children stability, safety, and a future. For Kfir, it became something even more personal.
I very love this place. It's my home, it's my family.
Neve Michael is part of World Emunah's broader mission, building Israeli society by supporting children who come from broken or unstable homes and giving them the tools to succeed. For Kfir, the impact was life-changing.
I feel loved. These people in this place is my mother and my father, and the Bnot Sherutis was my big sisters.
With the support of Neve Michael, Fear became the first in his family to graduate from university. He went on to earn a master's degree with honors, serve as an outstanding combat soldier, and build a family of his own. But his story does not end there. Today, Fear has returned to Neve Michael, not as a child in need, but as a leader and mentor for the next generation.
Every morning I up in my bed and I happy. I talk with the children, I talk with the people in this place, and I say thank you to God.
He now serves as Neve Michael's children's group coordinator, helping children who are walking the same path that he once did.
A lot of people help me, and today I help the other people, the other children, the other teenagers.
For World Emunah, this is what success looks like. Children who grow up, build strong lives, and make sure the next generation never needs the same help that they once did. This holiday, as candles are lit across Israel and around the world, Neve Michael is proof that light does not just flicker, it multiplies. Because when you change one child's life, you help build the future of Israel itself.
And now we had the pleasure of speaking with Rabbi Daniel Rowe of Aish.com to discuss how the organization is locating and combating anti-Semitism worldwide.
And now, as anti-Semitism surges across the West and following the horrific Bondi Beach massacre in Australia, Rabbi Daniel Rowe, senior lecturer at Aish, is here to explain why this is not just a Jewish crisis, but a deeper breakdown threatening Western society itself. Rabbi Rowe, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure, thank you.
So we're seeing anti-Semitism surge across the West, throughout the world, in many ways that, people thought was impossible to see after the Holocaust. Now, you've argued that this isn't just a Jewish problem. It's fundamentally changing Western society itself. Can you maybe elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, when anti-Semitism in general is like this social pathology, like this thing that can just erupt at any moment, where all the world's problems are linked to the Jewish people. And it typically resides, a lot of the movements that drive it are angry with the world and need something that's not real to blame. They don't want to turn inwards and face their own problems, so there's this mythical answer called the Jewish people. And if you look even today, most of the movements driving anti-Semitism have a very deep anti-societal agenda. Uproot the Western world, tear the whole thing down. So that's why it's always a global issue. It's never really a localized issue.
And now you've also written extensively about how anti-Semitism often manifests as anti-Israel sentiment, right? That then spreads to attacks on diaspora Jewry that live, thousands of miles away from Israel and have nothing to do with Israeli policies, but Jews are targeted nonetheless. What does this tell us about sort of the nature of modern day anti-Semitism?
Yeah, so modern anti-Semitism is really it's like a virus that's mutated into a new environment. Anti-Semitism, and this is the key point, is never really Jew hatred in the conventional racist bigotry sense. Yes, there's racism and bigotry against Jews as against all minorities. But what makes anti-Semitism unique is this bizarre need to take whatever the collective Jew is and demonize it. And so when the collective Jew was, let's say, they were seen as people living in ghettos, then they're the filth-spreading diseases. When they were moneylenders, they're raping society. When it's about religion, then they're people who've killed Jesus. When it's about secularism, they're the people infiltrating society. So it will always shift. Today, the collective Jew is seen as the state of Israel. So when you have this, and criticism against the state of Israel is fine, so is criticism against individual Jews, but when it's an obsessive need to, in exaggerated language, to really demonize the collective, then you know that the ultimate target is the whole Jewish people.
Mm-hmm. Now, you've suggested that combating anti-Semitism requires not just refuting sort of this hatred, but actually addressing sort of the underlying, let's call it, brokenness and despair in society, particularly among young men who we see today are being radicalized. It's an unusual approach. Can you explain why you think, healing society's problems is sort of essential to actually fighting anti-Semitism?
Well, I think there's two dimensions to this. One is, yes, the rational, happy human being is not as vulnerable to the virus of anti-Semitism. It's the person angry with the world who, for some reason, locks onto, or society locks onto, it's the Jews. And you can explain it religiously, as a rabbi I would, or you can explain it secularly, and it's not too far apart. It's this, you see, Jews star in every foundational text of the major religions and ideologies that are prevalent in the Western world. You know, to a Christian, we're there in the Old Testament and New Testament, it's all about Jews. To a Muslim, the Quran's all about Jews. To communists, the origin story is linked to the Jews, and it was very linked to anti-Semitism for the word go. So that it's almost like this bizarre obsession with these are the people responsible for everything wrong in the world. It's narrated from the origin books, but the flip side is they should be the ones solving the world's problems. It's a very strange thing. Now, until recently, we've had nothing we could do but pray to God for a better world. And we should still do that. But now, the state of Israel, we're a nation. There's a lot of talent, there's a lot of capability, and we should think about this strategically for the state of Israel. For the cost of a lot less than an F-35, you could put massive brain power into making a better world for young people. And that would be, self-interestedly, that would make us safer. But, you know, there's almost like this calling. What was the very first line the Torah starts the Jewish journey with? Through you shall be blessed all families of earth. And it's almost like subconsciously the world's putting the, you're to blame. We don't need to accept the idea we're to blame, but let's take the flip side of that. If we're not going to be treated like other nations, let's turn that into, let's bring our talents, skills, and experience over thousands of years to make a better world for everybody. And I think we can really do it.
Well, I like the optimism, and I certainly hope so. Rabbi Rowe, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Last week, Prime Minister Netanyahu held a trilateral summit with Greece and Cyprus to boost cooperation and discuss future plans. Have a look.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis and with Cypriot President Nikos Christodoulides. Netanyahu held separate talks with each leader before a three-way session with diplomatic and energy teams. Security loomed large over the summit against a backdrop of rising regional pressures. Israel, Greece, and Cyprus all share concerns over Turkey's growing military and diplomatic assertiveness, from Israel's borders with Syria and Gaza to Greek airspace violations and Cyprus's decades-long division following Turkey's 1974 invasion.
We discuss defense and security cooperation. We can do much more, and we'll do so. Also within the 3+1 framework, recognizing at the same time that much more can be achieved in the fields of counterterrorism, cyber, and energy security, always in support of regional stability.
The leaders discussed detailed cooperation in energy, technology, connectivity, and security, announcing a joint commitment to advance the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor, or IMEC. The project would link Asia and Europe through maritime routes, energy pipelines, and undersea cables via Israel, Greece, and Cyprus. And when it comes to Gaza, the Greek leader indicated willingness to have a role in the stabilization force.
Stand ready to contribute to the day after through diplomacy and stabilization efforts. I think we're a country that is well respected in the region, and should there be an opportunity to play this role, we will certainly embrace it.
Netanyahu said the three leaders are united to face all threats, including the shared conviction that Turkey must be kept at bay.
We agreed today to deepen our security and defense cooperation. The threats we face are real. Together, we're defending not only our own nations, but vital sea lanes and critical infrastructure that the global economy depends on. To those who fantasize they can reestablish their empires and their dominion over our lands, I say, forget it. It's not going to happen. Don't even think about it.
Well, that's all we have for you today in Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Devil Klein. Take care, and thank you so much for watching.
As people around the world celebrate the holiday season, one Israeli program is bringing real light to children who have known darkness. Tonight, ILTV's Mayan Hoffman brings us the story of Kfir Sabag, a young man whose life was transformed.
The holiday season is about light breaking through darkness, about hope when things feel uncertain. For World Emuna's Neve Michael Children's Village, that message is lived every single day. Kfir Sabag was just 10 years old when his life changed forever.
I remember it like it was yesterday. It was 21 years ago in 2004. I am 10 years old and my little brother was 7. It was a difficult moment.
After losing their mother and father, Kfir and his younger brother were sent to Neve Michael, an Emuna children's home created to give vulnerable children stability, safety, and a future. For Kfir, it became something even more personal.
I very love this place. It's my home, it's my family.
Neve Michael is part of World Emuna's broader mission, building Israeli society by supporting children who come from broken or unstable homes and giving them the tools to succeed. For Kfir, the impact was life-changing.
I feel loved. These people in this place is my mother, and my father, and the Bnot Sherutis was my big sisters.
With the support of Neve Michael, Kfir became the first in his family to graduate from university. He went on to earn a master's degree with honors, serve as an outstanding combat soldier, and build a family of his own. But his story does not end there. Today, Kfir has returned to Neve Michael, not as a child in need, but as a leader and mentor for the next generation.
Every morning I up in my bed and I happy. I talk with the children, I talk with the people in this place, and I say thank you to God.
He now serves as Neve Michael's children's group coordinator, helping children who are walking the same path that he once did.
A lot of people help me, and today I help the other people, the other children, the other teenagers.
For World Emuna, this is what success looks like. Children who grow up, build strong lives, and make sure the next generation never needs the same help that they once did. This holiday, as candles are lit across Israel and around the world, Neve Michael is proof that light does not just flicker, it multiplies. Because when you change one child's life, you help build the future of Israel itself.
And now, as Israel gets ready to celebrate the holiday of Sukkot, we learn more about one of our more ancient wines, produced in the heart of Israel. Shiloh Winery has mastered the art of winemaking, blending ancient techniques with cutting-edge technology. Let's take a look.
In the heart of Israel, the Shiloh region is not just a site of historical significance, but also a flourishing hub for viticulture. The winery draws inspiration from this rich history, crafting wines that embody the spirit of the region.
Shiloh dates back 3,000 years of growing vines and producing wine in this area. If you walk around the vineyards and the area here in Shiloh, you can find ancient wine presses that date back 2,000 and 3,000 years ago.
Shiloh Winery has mastered the art of winemaking, blending ancient techniques with cutting-edge technology. Their dedication to quality is evident in every step.
To make really amazing wine, everything starts from the grapes themselves and from the land. The better and the more effort that we put into the vineyards and into the grapes and into the vines, it makes the work at the winery that much easier.
This relentless pursuit of excellence ensures that Shiloh consistently produces some of the best wines in the region.
To make high-end wines, you need really good barrels. But to make it even better, you have to find the right kind of barrel for the right kind of wine. And finding that match is a big challenge. That's why we taste regularly all these wines. We experiment regularly with different kinds of barrels. We try to upgrade every single year.
Shiloh Winery offers an impressive range of wines, from robust reds to crisp whites and elegant rosés. Each bottle tells a story. Shiloh's dedication to excellence has not gone unnoticed. The winery has garnered numerous awards on the global stage.
All our wines we send to competitions year after year. Consistently, the wines are getting ratings in the 90s, from 90 to 96. We're very, very proud.
This year has been challenging for Israel, with the ongoing war affecting many. Despite these hardships, Shiloh Winery has remained resilient.
Last year's harvest was extremely challenging because the end of the harvest, the war already started, and most of our team were enlisted immediately, and we were left with a skeleton crew. We barely finished the harvest. We literally, some of the vineyards were harvested under fire, but when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Beyond just producing wine, Shiloh Winery offers an immersive experience for visitors. Guests are invited to discover the full story behind every glass.
Petit Syrah, Merlot, my favorite, Cabernet Franc.
Shiloh Winery is more than just a producer of fine wines. It's a guardian of tradition, a beacon of innovation, and a destination for those seeking a deeper connection with the land and its history.
Here at Shiloh Winery, as people already know, we take things to the extreme. We try to make the best wines we can. When we built the new facility, we took all the experience of the past 18 years to do things that much better.
Visit Shiloh Winery, where every bottle is a journey through time.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories in the region. U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a crucial summit last night at Mar-a-Lago, discussing the Gaza ceasefire Phase 2, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, peaceful relations with Syria, normalization with Saudi Arabia, and confronting Iran. On Phase 2 in Gaza, Trump reiterated that Hamas will have a very short period to disarm, warned of severe consequences if they fail, and stressed that other countries will act if necessary. He said Israel has lived up to the plan 100%.
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Just ahead of the summit, Trump was told that he had been awarded the Israel Prize, the country's top civilian honor, for his special contribution to the Jewish people. During a phone call with Education Minister Yoav Kish, Trump said he would consider attending the Independence Day ceremony in Israel to receive the award. Netanyahu explained that since Trump has broken so many conventions, Israel decided to as well by awarding the Israel Prize to a non-Israeli.
Well, President Trump has broken so many conventions to the surprise of people, and then they figure out, oh, well, maybe, he was right after all. So we decided to break a convention too, or create a new one, and that is to award the Israel Prize, which in almost our 80 years, we've never awarded it to a non-Israeli. And we're going to award it this year to President Trump. This was announced formally over lunch by our Minister of Education, who's responsible for the Israel Prize. It's going to be awarded to President Donald J. Trump for his tremendous contributions to Israel and the Jewish people.
IDF troops have discovered a Hamas terror tunnel near the Gaza border after heavy rain and flooding caused the ground to collapse. Golani Brigade soldiers identified the tunnel after rain-induced landslides shifted the terrain, revealing a passage previously undetected. The tunnel was located approximately 800 meters from the border near the kibbutz of Kisufim and is entirely within Israel's side of the Yellow Line. The discovery comes as the IDF continues efforts to locate and destroy tunnels. The military has reinforced engineering units in the area, expanded earthworks in the buffer zone, and intensified efforts to demolish underground terror infrastructure. Hundreds of Israeli police officers carried out a full encirclement of the Bedouin town of Tarabin in the Negev following days of clashes and a series of arson and vandalism incidents targeting nearby Jewish communities. Police say the operation comes after the arrest of several suspects accused of torching property and damaging homes and vehicles during weekend unrest. They described the acts as revenge attacks linked to rising tensions in the area. Police confirmed stun grenades were used during searches and gunfire was reported near a mosque, but stressed there was no suspicion of a terror or security incident. Authorities say operations will continue as needed to maintain public security and full control of the area. Protests are erupting across Iran for a second straight day as a collapsing currency and deepening economic crisis spark a new round of public unrest in the Islamic Republic. Demonstrators took to the streets in Tehran and other cities after the Iranian rial plunged to its lowest level ever, nearing 1,250,000 rial to the US dollar on the open market. Shopkeepers closed their stores, major streets were blocked, and clashes were reported between protesters and security forces. The Iranian regime has moved quickly to blame outside forces, claiming the unrest is being driven by enemy psychological warfare. And that's all for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. All eyes on Mar-a-Lago as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Donald Trump meet at this hour to chart the next stage for Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. Iran launches military satellites with Russian support, a direct signal of defiance toward Israel and the West. And the IDF begins using Iron Beam historic laser defense. At this hour, Prime Minister Netanyahu heads into a high-stakes summit with President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago as Israel and the United States find themselves at a diplomatic crossroads, with Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran all converging at the U.S. President's Florida home. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest.
This will be Netanyahu's sixth meeting with President Trump since he returned to the presidency a year ago. The meeting comes at a critical moment. The first phase of Trump's 20-point Gaza plan has held. A ceasefire is in place. Humanitarian aid is flowing, and all living hostages have been returned. But the next stage, disarming Hamas and shaping Gaza's post-war future, is filled with reported disagreement and risk. Netanyahu is expected to press a core message that diplomacy alone will not deliver security. He is seeking to convince Trump that only a credible threat and potential use of military force in Gaza against Hezbollah and toward Iran can compel Israel's enemies to disarm and deter future attacks. At the same time, U.S. pressure is reportedly growing. Trump's team wants progress on Phase 2 and is working to assemble an international stabilization force for Gaza, even as questions remain about its effectiveness and Hamas's willingness to surrender its arms and control. The talks will range far beyond Gaza, touching on the ceasefire with Lebanon, relations with the al-Shara regime in Syria, the fragile situation in Judea and Samaria, and above all, Iran's missile replenishment and nuclear ambitions, threats both leaders agree cannot be ignored. But this is not just a policy meeting, it's also a test of personal chemistry and strategic trust between a U.S. president eager to shape a new regional order and an Israeli prime minister determined to ensure Israel's security is not compromised.
And joining me now to discuss this pivotal moment and meeting is former ambassador to the U.S. and chairman of Silver Road Capital Group, Danny Ayalon. Thank you, Danny, for joining.
Shalom, Sivan. Good to be with you.
Shalom. Danny, what is Netanyahu's top objective going into the meeting with President Trump right as we speak? What does he need to walk away with tonight?
Well, I would say the top objective in terms of existential threat, of course, is Iran. And if there could be a coordinated action against Iran's ballistic missiles, against their production, maybe even their attempt to continue with their nuclear program, that would be top on Israel's agenda. However, I'm not sure that this will really match Trump's agenda, because for Trump, the first and foremost thing is to implement his 20 points for Gaza and for the entire Middle East. So he would like probably to see an advance in his program, namely the move from phase 1 to phase 2, which will be very difficult for Israel to accept, because so long as we do not get Ran Gvili, our last hostage, that does not correspond with the plan. And secondly, we must see a real, I would say, feasible and actionable plan to dismantle Hamas. If we do not see these 2 points, then it will be very difficult to move forward, unless, of course, Trump and Netanyahu will find some kind of middle of the road in Gaza. Maybe they will talk about the idea or the intention of rebuilding Gaza, but at the same time having the Hamas dismantled. And for that, we will have to see IS, the international stability force, with really a real capability to dismantle Hamas. And if that would be part of the meeting or the result of the meeting, then I would say this would be a successful one.
So Netanyahu is reportedly trying to convince Trump that only credible military force and not just diplomacy alone can secure disarmament of Hamas, of Hezbollah. Do you think Trump can understand and relate to that argument?
Well, we hope so. We know that actually Trump is under a lot of pressure, external pressure, namely from his new allies, Qatar, and of course Erdogan from Turkey, to move ahead. For them, they would like to actually save Hamas. We have to remember Qatar and Turkey are the strongest allies of Hamas. So they would have they did already, or are putting pressure on Trump to move forward in Gaza. And also internally, unfortunately, we see some really powerful, I would say, powerful centers or powerful people of the Republican Party or the MAGA movement that also push Trump to move forward and to stop any kind of American military intervention, and to stop Israel from actually winning and addressing Israel's interests, which are also correspond with American interests, but the MAGA people do not see it this way. So it will be a tall order. It's a challenge, but I think it can be done.
And how would you describe the relations between the two leaders at this moment as they enter this meeting right now?
Well, I think these are good relations. I think that what the two of them have achieved so far is really a real change of the Middle East. Until before Trump took office, we saw that everything was really in the doldrum, was not moving ahead, not in Gaza and not in Syria or Lebanon or Iran for sure. So they certainly are of the same mind, but the issue here would be the sequence, what comes first, where for Israel, Iran comes first, and for Trump, I think Gaza comes first immediately.
So best case scenario from tonight or worst case?
Well, I would say that the best case is a real warning to Iran to stop, or ultimatum to Iran on the one hand to stop their frantic building of their missiles. And the second one would be a real demand from Hamas to start dismantling or to find a mechanism that would dismantle it, and of course bringing back Ran Gvili, our last hostage.
Former Ambassador Daniel Elon, thank you very much.
Thank you.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
Israel has reportedly captured a Palestinian Islamic Jihad operative in a covert operation inside Hamas-controlled Gaza City. Devo Klein has more on this.
The suspect is believed to have connections to the case of Sergeant Ran Gvili, the last Israeli hostage whose body is still held in the Gaza Strip as part of ongoing efforts to determine his whereabouts. According to reports, the apprehension took place near Palestine Square inside Gaza City. Palestinian Islamic Jihad is a key participant in attacks against Israel, and the reported capture signals a deepening Israeli effort to target terror operatives and networks linked to Gvili. Officials have not yet confirmed whether the detention has produced new intelligence, but the report has raised expectations of further developments in the coming days. Meanwhile, in a moving and hopeful moment, former hostages Matan Sengaukar and Elada Gritsetsky have announced their engagement, turning a story of captivity and trauma into one of love and renewal. The couple, both kidnapped by terrorists from Kibbutz Nir Oz during the October 7th attack, shared the news in a photo posted by Matan's mother, Einav Sengaukar. The image showcases Matan and Ilana toasting with champagne beneath a sign reading, "Will you marry me?" at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel in Florida. Einav, who became one of the most recognizable voices in the struggle to bring the hostages home, called it my picture of victory. Matan, 26, was held captive for 2 years before his release in October. Ilana, 31, was freed in November 2023 after nearly 2 months in Gaza. Tonight, their engagement stands as a powerful symbol of survival, resilience, and life moving forward.
Iran has launched new military satellites from Russia in what analysts say is a message of defiance to Israel and the West. The launch, conducted with Moscow's help, signals Tehran's intent to advance its space and military capabilities despite international pressure and sanctions. Iran had previously conducted a series of satellite launches, both independently and with Russian assistance, but this latest flight is being interpreted as a direct show of strength ahead of today's Florida summit. The move comes against a backdrop of broad regional tensions, including Iran's missile production, continued pursuit of advanced missile technology, and its support to terrorist groups across the Middle East. Iranian leaders have repeatedly framed their space program as a symbol of national pride and sovereignty, even as Israel and its allies warn that such technology enhance military capabilities. As Israel watches closely, the satellite launch reinforces the reality that Tehran remains determined to advance its strategic programs in the face of diplomatic and military pressure. Meanwhile, a new report connected to the Iranian missile program is raising serious concerns. Iranian opposition media reports that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is working to develop chemical and biological warheads for its long-range ballistic missiles. The report says the effect is being led by the IRGC Aerospace Force, including adapting missiles to carry unconventional payloads and upgrading command and control systems. At the same time, Iran is said to be moving missile launchers to its eastern regions. As we reported during today's Netanyahu's Trump summit, Iran is expected to be a central topic, including concerns that Tehran is rebuilding ballistic missile production and repairing air defense systems damaged in the June conflict.
Iran continues to deny seeking unconventional weapons, even as it expands the range and capabilities of its missile arsenal.
The Defense Ministry has delivered the IDF its first combat-ready Iron Beam high-power laser interception system, marking a historic moment in modern warfare. More on this from ILTV's Devo Klein.
The Iron Beam system, developed by Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, has successfully intercepted rockets, mortar shells, and drones during extensive testing, and from today, it's in full operational use by the Israeli Air Force. The Iron Beam will be integrated into Israel's multi-layered air defense array, alongside the Iron Dome, David Sling, and the Arrow 3 systems. Defense Minister Israel Katz called the handover a historic occasion, saying this is the first time anywhere in the world that a high-power laser interception system has reached operational maturity, adding that it changes the rules of the game and sends a clear message to Israel's enemies. Defense Ministry Director General Amir Bar'am said the delivery marks the transition from development to serial production and is expected to significantly improve Israel's defense capabilities while dramatically lowering the cost of air defense against expensive aerial threats. Air Force Commander Major General Tomer Bar called the moment especially significant, saying Iron Beam is a critical addition to the air defense battle proven during the war. The system is also known as Or Eitan, named in memory of Captain Eitan Oster, killed in combat in southern Lebanon in 2024, whose father, one of the system's developers, recited the Shehecheyanu blessing at the ceremony.
And moving on, a delegation of American healthcare leaders traveled to Israel to witness something extraordinary, a healing nation. Organized by Israel Bonds, the mission took doctors inside Israel's hospitals, trauma units, and medical schools, revealing how care, innovation, and hope continue despite the challenges. Here's their story.
Last month, a group of healthcare leaders traveled to Israel on a delegation organized by Israel Bonds. They came to see firsthand Israel's medical institutions in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks, and to see how the country, even through war, continued to care for its citizens and even advance world-class medical practices.
This is my second delegation that I've led for Israel Bonds since October 7th. There was more hope than devastation this time.
The delegation visited some of the nation's most prominent medical centers, including Sheba and Soroka hospitals. There, delegates saw the country's trauma units in action, treating soldiers and civilians under extraordinary conditions. Their trip also showed the social side of Israel's story. Attendees volunteered at Leket Israel and visited Beit HaLochem, where injured veterans train, recover, and rebuild their lives.
Seeing the strength, seeing the bravery, seeing the belief in the Jewish people, the belief in the state of Israel from their young people, and their willingness to pay the ultimate sacrifice, their willingness to do what they have to do to keep their parents alive, to keep this country alive, has been very meaningful.
The delegates visited Israel's top medical schools to see how the next generation of physicians and researchers are being trained. Despite recent challenges, students and faculty alike remain optimistic and focused on shaping the future of global healthcare. It's a future that Israel Bonds wants to be a part of. Buying Israel Bonds is a way to both invest and support Israel.
Israel Bonds has been there for Israel. It's been the way for the Americans to be there for Israel since almost the beginning of the State of Israel.
By virtue of our purchase of Israel Bonds, we are showing that we are investing in Israel's growth as they take on their role as one of the greatest innovators in the world.
After some intense days on the ground, attendees returned home inspired. They left with a stronger connection to Israel and a deeper understanding of how Israel Bonds supports the country.
This past year, Israeli diplomacy unfolded on two parallel tracks. Israel expanded ties, opened new embassies, and strengthened regional cooperation, while at the same time facing mounting diplomatic pressure over Gaza and the Palestinian issue. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman takes a look at Israel's diplomatic year.
In January 2025, Israel opened the year with a fragile but notable diplomatic breakthrough. A multi-phase ceasefire and hostage exchange with Hamas, brokered by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, led to the return of living hostages and the bodies of others. The European Union described the deal as a major diplomatic accomplishment, even though repeated violations eventually caused it to collapse. Despite the ongoing war, Israel's regional partnerships proved resilient. The Abraham Accords marked their 5th anniversary in September, with no partner country suspending ties. Trade with the UAE continued to grow. Defense cooperation deepened, and Israel's integration into U.S. Central Command enabled unprecedented operational coordination with Arab militaries, including some states that still lack formal diplomatic relations with the country. That cooperation was tested in June during a 12-day direct confrontation with Iran. Following Operation Rising Lion, Israel and the United States coordinated closely on both military and diplomatic fronts. President Trump helped broker a bilateral ceasefire, reinforcing U.S.-Israel alignment and renewing discussion about future regional normalization. Economic diplomacy was another central pillar of the year. Israel signed a record $35 billion natural gas deal with Egypt, anchoring energy security at the heart of regional relations. Azerbaijan's state oil company finalized the purchase of a 10% stake in Israel's Tamar gas field, signaling deeper strategic cooperation. Just this month, Israel took a dramatic diplomatic step by becoming the first country to formally recognize Somaliland as an independent state. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced plans for immediate cooperation in agriculture, health, technology, and the economy, a move criticized by Somalia and some other international actors. Israel also expanded its diplomatic footprint. In 2025, it opened new embassies in Zambia, Estonia, and Moldova. In September, Fiji opened an embassy in Jerusalem, underscoring its consistent support for Israel at the United Nations. Looking ahead to 2026, Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar has approved additional embassies in Fiji, in La Paz, Bolivia, and in an African country yet to be announced. At the same time, Israel faced growing isolation at the United Nations, where 142 countries backed a French-Saudi initiative for Palestinian statehood over Israeli objections. Still, Israeli officials are quietly exploring future strategic cooperation with Syria and Lebanon, and hope that if ceasefires hold and a credible pathway toward Palestinian peace emerges, Saudi Arabia could eventually join the Abraham Accords.
The United Nations Security Council is today holding an emergency meeting following Israel's decision to recognize Somaliland as an independent state, a move that has sparked sharp international reaction. Israel became the first UN member state to formally recognize the breakaway republic. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the step historic and said it reflects the spirit of the Abraham Accords. Somalia, which continues to claim Somaliland as part of its sovereign territory, requested the emergency session, denouncing Israel's decision as a violation of international law and a threat to regional stability. The move has drawn criticism from several regional actors and from the European Union, which called for respect for Somalia's unity and territorial integrity. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Dani Danon, rejected the criticism, saying, quote, Israel will act responsibly and judiciously, but will not be deterred by political discussions attempting to undermine sovereign decisions. We will continue to cooperate with any entity contributing to regional stability. Israel has signed a new trilateral military cooperation deal with Greece and Cyprus, deepening strategic defense ties among 3 key allies in the eastern Mediterranean. The agreement was finalized in Nicosia during a high-level meeting between senior Israeli, Greek, and Cypriot military leaders. The joint work plan sets the framework for expanded cooperation in the coming year, including a large-scale joint military exercises, advanced training programs, intelligence sharing, and ongoing strategic dialogue. The deal builds on a trilateral summit held in Jerusalem last week, where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and Cypriot President Nikos Christodouledis emphasized the need to maintain stability and security in a volatile region. A key element of the new plan is a shared focus on emerging threats across land, air, and sea, including regional military assertiveness and potential security escalations. Officials discussed the possibility of a joint rapid response force capable of quick deployment across the eastern Mediterranean if required. The trilateral alliance is widely seen as a strategic counterbalance amid rising regional tensions, particularly against the backdrop of Turkey's expanding military presence and competing interests in the area. And a powerful winter storm is sweeping across Israel, bringing heavy rain, strong winds, and snow, and prompting flood warnings and multiple rescue operations across the country. Meteorological officials say the system followed days of downpours with rare and dangerous flash floods reported in the south and snow falling on Mount Hermon in the north. Several major roads have been closed or restricted due to the flooding. In the Negev, emergency crews rescued parents and their child after their van was overtaken by rising floodwaters near Abu Joda, east of Beersheba. Rescuers reached the family by inflatable raft and brought them to safety. All three were hospitalized with minor injuries. The Fire and Rescue Service is warning the public not to enter flooded roads, saying the danger is immediate and life-threatening. Forecasters say heavy rain and strong winds are expected to continue through the night, with authorities urging residents to stay alert and avoid low-lying areas as conditions remain dangerous.
Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where one ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem. All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join.
And now with this, let's take a look at the weather forecast. Rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 10 degrees Celsius or 51 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies and partially raining, alongside steady temperatures seeing highs of 15 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, be safe, and thank you so much for watching.
No other Western democracy will ever tolerate something like this, but no other Western democracy lives 5 seconds away from those trying to annihilate them.
Like if Detroit were, firing rockets at us, we would immediately go to annihilate. And I feel like there would be widespread public support to make sure that we are defended. It's odd to me that Israel seems to be held to a higher moral standard than the West would hold to themselves, number one. And number two, to go beyond that and have sympathy for those who are coming from an extremely hateful ideology.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Off the Record. This is a space where we aim to restore nuanced conversations about Israel and the Middle East in an era dominated by misinformation and bad faith discourse. We want to create room for honest, balanced discussion where criticism, disagreement, and complexity are welcome, but anti-Semitism and dehumanization are not. I'm Zina Rachamilova, and as we record this episode, a story circulating across the media is putting many Israelis on edge. The threat of another war between Israel and Iran appears to be looming. Yesterday, footage spread widely on social media of what appears to be members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, conducting missile drills. Israeli officials warned the Trump administration over the weekend that these exercises could be preparations for a strike against Israel. Israeli sources have expressed concern because while missile movements and drills in Iran are not on their own unusual, the IDF's risk tolerance is far lower than what it once was after 2 years of war following the October 7th attacks. Just 6 weeks ago, Israeli intelligence raised similar alarms after identifying Iranian missile movements, though nothing ultimately came of it. Some of you remember the episode I did on the Commission of Inquiry, where we discussed how difficult it is to assess and act on intelligence based on these threats alone. After the massive security failure of October 7th, the last thing Israel can afford right now is a surprise attack by the regime in Iran. Based on what's publicly known, how imminent is an attack from Iran? Well, according to Axios, one Israeli source assesses that the likelihood of an Iranian attack is less than 50%. 50%. But no one is willing to take the risk of dismissing these developments as merely an exercise, the way that they did on October 7th. That same Axios report says that the United States does not currently have any intelligence that indicates an Iranian attack is imminent. Still, Israel appears to be concerned and are taking the IRGC missile exercises very seriously. Israel's military chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, has been urging close coordination between the U.S. and Israeli forces on defensive preparations. Now, in many ways, this resembles the Cold War, this style standoff where Israel and Iran are preparing for the possibility of an attack while trying to avoid being the side that actually preempts the attack, knowing that the consequences could be devastating. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to meet U.S. President Donald Trump on December 29th, where he plans to discuss Iran's efforts to rebuild its ballistic missile capabilities and the possibility of Israel launching another strike against Iran in 2026. Israeli sources have said that by the end of the last confrontation with Iran, the regime was left with roughly 1,500 missiles, which is down from about the 3,000 that they had previously, and about 200 launchers compared to the 400 that it had before. So for now, much depends on the meeting between Trump and Netanyahu next week. Now, let's move on to another story that hasn't received as much attention. Many of you remember the intense media coverage during the food crisis in Gaza. That period, in many ways, was a disaster. Logistical failures, poor decision-making from senior officials, incompetence at the United Nations, and media manipulation, like highlighting Gazans with neurodegenerative diseases to imply that they were dying from starvation. At the same time, Israel struggled to communicate why aid wasn't reaching Gazans despite there being sufficient supplies. In August, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, better known as the IPC, declared that Gaza was experiencing a famine. But according to two mathematicians who released a letter on Sunday, that conclusion wasn't based on reality. They argue it was the result of manipulated math. Here's what they found. The IPC reportedly inflated starvation deaths by counting people killed in combat as if they had died from hunger. To classify a famine, there must be more than 200 related deaths per 10,000 people per day. Gaza never came close. At its peak, the real number of nonviolent, potentially hunger-related deaths were around 18 per day, far below the roughly 200 needed to meet that threshold. When that wasn't enough, the IPC allegedly speculated a sudden massive spike in starvation deaths, despite the actual data showing the opposite. Nonviolent deaths held steady in August and declined sharply in September and October. Put simply, while the famine was being declared, the numbers were actually going down. Now, I'm still processing this report. One of the mathematicians is apparently a Cambridge professor, and he wishes to remain anonymous, and no independent deep dive has verified these claims yet. What we do know is that there was serious hunger in Gaza. Aid distribution was a real problem, and labeling it as famine or starvation was wrong. If the numbers hold, the IPC owes the public a very clear explanation. I myself went into the Kerem Shalom side of Gaza and saw the mountains of aid that were rotting away in the sun. The UN failed to ensure reliable delivery, rejected offers of assistance from groups like the GHF or the IDF, and the world largely failed to place the responsibility where it belongs. On Hamas. Just last week, Gazans uncovered warehouses filled with expired baby formula and nutritional shakes that had been hidden from the public. Many residents accused Hamas of stockpiling the aid to manufacture a famine narrative for propaganda purposes. When the Western world ignores Hamas's actions, they allow the group to keep exploiting and terrorizing the Palestinian population. In the end, ordinary Gazans suffer, and the world is prioritizing politics over people. Now, the way that the crisis in Gaza is being reported shows how quickly social media can shape public opinion. To give us insight into this dynamic, we're joined by Judy Joe, who is joining us all the way from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Judy Joe is a Canadian content creator who focuses on commentary around internal issues in Canada. She also has a background in politics, having worked for members of parliament and has been active with the Conservative Party of Canada. Over the summer, during Israel's 12-day war with the Iranian regime, Judy witnessed social media become a hotbed of anti-Semitic propaganda and widespread misinformation. When she made a video discussing the regime and the crimes it has committed, without even mentioning Israel, her video was flooded by a mob of anti-Semites who also directed anti-Asian hatred towards her. Now, Judy's visiting Israel with a group of journalists and media professionals to take a deep dive into what's actually happening in Israel and across the broader Middle East. Thank you for being with us on Off the Record.
Pleasure to be here.
So, Judy, if I understand this correctly, this is your first ever time visiting us here in Israel.
Yes.
So, how's it been?
It's been a flood of information, so much to take in. I got the opportunity to visit the south of Israel, very much near the border of where October 7th happened, the Nova Festival site, as well as Kibbutz Nir Oz. So it's been extremely impactful as well as educational and so much to take in.
So, Judy, I want to rewind to October 7th itself, over 2 years ago now. Tell us where you were when you found out what was happening, and what was your reaction?
Well, I was on social media. I started to see some people's stories of some chaotic things happening in Israel. It was confusing. Not all of the information was available, and I was just immediately starting to try to look on the news to see what had happened, and slowly started to hear about the festival and learning more as the day went on.
And so now that you've visited Israel 2 years after the massacre, what has stood out for you? What have you learned now that you think you might have not gotten the full perspective of while you were getting all the information in Canada?
During my time here, I think more than anything I've learned, and the biggest impact for me has been the resilience of the Jewish people as well as the Israeli community here. The sense of togetherness and unity in advocating for the hostages, for the defense of your nation, from not just the community that live in Israel, but the diaspora who, flew back into Israel as soon as they could after October 7th. I think that sense of unity, community, and nationhood has really struck me the most.
And something, I guess, less sad. Tell us about what surprised you about Israel in general, something that, that you came in here not knowing about necessarily.
Just how beautiful it is, how warm people are. Just coming from Canada and Toronto specifically, I think we've seen a bit of a decline of a sense of national identity and culture as well as patriotism. So to come to a country where people have that in abundance has been really beautiful and nostalgic to see.
Yeah, it's definitely felt like many of us who do grow up outside of the Middle East feel that in a lot of these Western nations, it's now been, we've lost this sense of community and patriotism and wanting to go above and beyond to make our country a better place. It has just felt like it's become a hotbed of polarization and identity politics, and we've just lost that sense of community, I would say. So I agree with you. And I think that's something in Israel, despite our internal politics that we have here, that we still have that sense of patriotism here, no matter where you fall on the political spectrum. Now, you came here with a group of journalists and media professionals. I guess I'm curious as to what you feel like the overall experience and reactions were to something like this, because this isn't regular in Canada, many of the things that you guys have seen and been exposed to. So what has stood out for you guys as media professionals?
I can say that from the Western perspective, there comes a latent suspicion about Israel because of all of the propaganda and variety of perspectives that are presented in Canadian media. Israel itself has become a trigger word, a very contentious word. And so naturally, those who are coming from Canada are curious to see those accusations and questions addressed for themselves. So a lot of the questions that surround, the speakers or the sites that we've been to, I can see it sort of layered with in the background of, I have to have an answer for the opponents that I speak to, or I have to get this question answered for myself.
So you think because of such propaganda that it's very difficult for even journalists that are visiting here to be able to, they feel like they need to see both sides and there isn't some sort of right versus wrong moral clarity that exists in media professionals nowadays?
Yeah, I think that media professionals, even media professionals, are operating within the context of a lot of misinformation and people who are saying different opinions, especially recently, even from traditionally right-wing voices in media. So there is a little lack of clarity on what is the truth and what's the correct unbiased take to have. And is being pro-Israel even something that is morally correct or factually correct? There's a lot of missing pieces in from the Western perspective there.
Well, that's really scary and unnerving to hear. I guess I want to understand where your own, experiences and moral clarity come to, because obviously this is a very complicated and nuanced conflict.
Mm-hmm.
There is so much history, there's so much baggage and so much trauma that both sides have received. But I'm curious to know, from my perspective as a journalist, is that I just feel that democracies will always struggle against non-state terror entities, that as Israel can do everything right, but it will always struggle because it has the upper hand, and people just simply don't like when Jews have the upper hand and when they can defend themselves with guns. And it just feels that if this had happened anywhere else, the level of depravity that happened on October 7th, and the fact that we were hit with multiple different fronts, from Hezbollah, from the Houthis, from all of these other proxy terror groups by the Iranian regime, that no other Western democracy will ever tolerate something like this, but no other Western democracy lives 5 seconds away from those trying to annihilate them. So I want to understand I know that was such a long-winded question, but I'm curious to understand your personal opinion with everything, and then where you think the Western, especially Western media professionals, are struggling to grasp these concepts.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor. I think the West is so geographically cocooned from being terrorized or having the threat of terror right at our borders. But I constantly think, and I make the analogy that, if coming from Toronto, let's say, like if Detroit were firing rockets at us, we would immediately go to annihilate. And I feel like there would be widespread public support to make sure that we are defended in whatever way possible. So it's odd to me that Israel seems to be held to a higher moral standard than the West would hold to themselves, number one. And number two, to go beyond that and have sympathy for those who are coming from an extremely hateful ideology. So another thing that the West doesn't understand is the ideology of these groups that Israel is having to contend with, whether it's Hamas, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's the other countries that are surrounding them, like Iran, that are wanting the annihilation of Israel and frankly also of the West. So because of those kind of ignorances, as well as a lot of years of propaganda in the West about how the West should hate themselves, they should constantly be apologetic for their own existence, and how race and identity politics should determine all of your views, have conglomerated to today's, natural support almost of terrorist groups and sympathizing with those who, to the West are painted as the marginalized, oppressed, colored group.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. And, to draw on that, you're Canadian, I'm Canadian. I've now been living here for many, many years. And I feel like every time I go back to my hometown in Toronto, I don't recognize it. I do not recognize what used to be my home.
Neither do we.
Right. And forget that I'm not even speaking about the demographics. I'm talking about how it just it feels like Canada has deteriorated so significantly, the housing market. So everywhere there's all of these crises happening, but Canada specifically, I just feel like every time I go back, it feels like a defeated country. And even more so where we see this within the Jewish community, the rhetoric that exists within Jewish communities now about like, oh, well, we're waiting for something like what happened in Australia to now happen in Canada. It's only a matter of time. Like, I would have never said something like that when I was living there. So the thought that this has now just become second nature, they say that when a society starts targeting the Jews in this manner, that it's the very first sign of a crumbling society. And so what's going on in Canada? What's happening?
Yeah. Where to begin when it comes to Canada in the last 10 to 15 years? It is a crumbling society, in my opinion. And worse than that, and worse than the facts that you mentioned, like the economy, the housing, and the demographics and infrastructure, one of the most concerning things to me is the mentality of Canadians and the lack of willingness to stand up for their own values and their own people. I go into this a little bit in my own personal social media and campaign very heavily during our last federal election cycle. But essentially, there is a generational divide, there is a gap of understanding, and there's simply also a lack of national unity, a national identity, a sense of what do we stand for. And our leadership has been of no help. The government of Canada has recognized, I think, the state of Palestine recently. These are catering to fringe marginal groups, in my opinion, that are not in the interests of Canadian values or society. There's so much I can say about it, but I do think Canada is a crumbling society, unfortunately. And I do think that one of the biggest things is that even me saying that would be considered contentious and radical.
So what can be done?
What can be done? I do think that Canada is due for a change in leadership on maybe multiple levels of government. I think catering to marginal groups is wrong, and I think we should draw a line at some point and say you cannot continue to have pro-terrorist demonstrations on the streets and be protected for it. I think that those who are standing for Canadian values and values of freedom and liberty should be encouraged. And frankly, that has to be grassroots as well as from political leadership as well.
Do you see very clearly the anti-Semitism that is driven behind these protests?
It's veiled, but that is the new wave or new form now, right? You can't say I'm anti-Jewish, but you can certainly say I'm anti-Zionist. But somehow the two seem to be inextricably linked together every single time. So when you see a Jewish person or somebody that were to say, identify themselves as Jewish, why are pro-Palestine demonstrators standing outside of a shul? Why are pro-Palestine demonstrators going into Jewish neighborhoods? If anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are not linked, then how come they are the ones that are linking it?
Yeah.
It seems that it's raining and you're asking me to say that it's not.
Yeah. And, we had a guest recently who comes from the American conservative Christian right, where we talked about now this divide that's happening within mainstream Christian and conservative circles, because we generally thought that, the issue of Israel, and I know this is more relevant to the U.S., but like the American-Israel relationship was always ironclad under a Republican administration or under Christian allies. And there seems to be a targeted campaign to create discord within communities that have always been notoriously pro-Israel, or individuals who understood why there needs to be a strong Israel, because it is the first line of defense in an area that wants to destroy the West. So what are your comments on that as someone that I think does come from that community as well?
Yeah, I certainly do. I mean, I consider myself a conservative and a Christian, and I'm also seeing what's happening within the media and within the American right-wing political discourse. I'll just say that without sounding conspiratorial, it's odd to me that these formerly traditional or pillar right-wing voices have decided one day to change their tune, and one day change their tune very specifically and speak frequently about being anti-Israel. Another thing that concerns me is the tie-in of Christianity to this sentiment, that somehow, you know, there seems to be a specific campaign to say that if you're a Christian, you don't have to support Israel. While that's still true, technically, you don't have to do anything, right? It's odd to me. It seems like a concerted campaign, and it seemed to have started at a certain point in time and continuing. So that, personally, I would start to question what is motivating these people to say these things, you know, and I'm calling out Tucker Carlson, I'm calling out Candace Owens. And as a Christian as well, I don't see certain things that I would consider to be Christian coming from these people. So I'm highly suspicious.
Interesting. Well, I mean, we have talked about a lot of heavy things. I want to end this off quickly by just, you know, I know you mentioned that it was very inspiring to see the unity and the strong ties that the people have with one another, but I think this isn't just a Jewish problem. This is they always say they come for the Saturday people first, and then they go for the Sunday people. And so I think we're all on the same team, and we all really want to make sure that our values, our Judeo-Christian values, are preserved in a time when many people want to destroy them. And so I want you to try to end on a positive note, you know, whether that's tying into maybe something that you take away from here, something that you hope for humanity in the future. And, you know, let's try to leave it off with a positive note.
Okay. My hope is that, you know, let's take a step back. If you can just divide society into two and say there's one side that promotes life, liberty, and the sanctity of a human life, and there's another side that doesn't, I think it's clear which side you should side with. I also want to address, like, there's some isolationist talk, right? Like, this isn't our war. We don't want to get involved in other wars. That's simply not the reality that we live in today. We live in a globally interconnected world. And even as an individual, what happens across, you know, on the other side of the world impacts you individually as well. And I think my hope is that we can move forward to recognize that and to build stronger allies, and hopefully that within great darkness, there can also be great light. And my hope is that great light, you know, emerges in unity and in support and in the human resilience.
Amazing. Judy Jo, thank you so much for joining us today on Off the Record. Everyone should follow Judy Jo on her social media, on her Instagram and her TikTok. And thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your visit in Israel.
Thank you for having me.
That's it for today's episode of Off the Record. Thanks for joining us as we dug into the news, unpacked the facts, and explored the stories beyond the headlines. I'm Zina Rachamilova. Stay curious, stay informed, and we'll see you next time.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
3 million Israelis are dealing with trauma since October 7th. To help Israelis heal, Hadassah is there, with the largest rehabilitation center in Jerusalem, world-renowned medical centers, and youth villages. It's said, saving a life saves the world. Imagine helping millions. This is Hadassah, a life-changing force in Israel and the world.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order. Your dream apartment in the holiest city in the world is just a click away. Am Yisrael Chai, the lifeline for so many chesed operations in Israel, is holding their annual Dream Raffle, where one ticket only can buy you a luxurious apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Don't win the apartment? No problem! All raffle proceeds from all tickets go directly to one of the incredible organizations that Am Yisrael Chai supports. And for the first time ever, the apartment is fully furnished. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to actively donate to Israel's functionality and, on the way, potentially score big and win the apartment of a lifetime. Scan the QR code now to join.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a crucial summit last night at Mar-a-Lago, with discussions held about the Gaza ceasefire Phase 2, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, peaceful relations with Syria, normalization with Saudi Arabia, and confronting Iran. On Phase 2 in Gaza, Trump reiterated that Hamas will have a very short period to disarm, warned of severe consequences if they fail, and stressed that other countries will act if necessary. He said, on the other hand, that Israel has lived up to the plan 100%.
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Trump also issued a warning to Hamas's benefactor, Iran, should they continue their ballistic missile buildup or revive their nuclear program.
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay? One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
The Iranians were listening in to the Netanyahu-Trump meeting, and President Masoud Pezeshkian issued his own threat today on X, posting, "The response of the Islamic Republic of Iran to any oppressive aggression will be harsh and regrettable." This while Iran faces domestic unrest, as protests erupted across the country for a second straight day due to a collapsing currency and deepening economic crisis. Demonstrators took to the streets in Tehran and other cities after the Iranian rial plunged to its lowest level ever, nearing 1,250,000 to the US dollar on the open market. Shopkeepers closed their stores, major streets were blocked, and clashes were reported between protesters and security forces. The Iranian regime has moved quickly to blame outside forces, claiming the unrest is being driven by enemy psychological warfare, cognitive operations, and foreign incitement, with IRGC-affiliated media pointing the finger at Israel and exiled opposition networks. Beyond economic grievances, the demonstrations are taking on a political tone. Chants heard on the streets include open support for exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. IDF troops have discovered a Hamas terror tunnel near the Gaza border after heavy rain and flooding caused the ground to collapse. Golani Brigade soldiers identified the tunnel after rain-induced landslides shifted the terrain, revealing an underground passage previously undetected. The tunnel was located approximately 800 meters from the border, near the kibbutz of Kisufim, and is entirely within Israel's side of the Yellow Line. The discovery comes as the IDF continues efforts to locate and destroy tunnels. The military has reinforced engineering units in the area, expanded earthworks in the buffer zone, and intensified efforts to demolish underground terror infrastructure. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a conference call from Florida with billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk, who accepted an invitation to take part in a smart transportation conference in Israel this March. The talks also covered cooperation with Tesla, legislation on autonomous vehicles, and the advancement of AI, with Netanyahu saying Israel intends to become a global leader in the field, as it did with cyber technologies. Elon Musk is the owner and operator of Tesla, and we will see how those developments come with the cooperation with Israel on this matter. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition. We'll be here as events continue to unfold. You can scan the QR code on your screen for constant updates on our app. Until then, thank you for watching and stay safe. I'm Alec Pollard. We will see you next time.
One week after a jihadi mass shooting in Australia, terror plots are unfolding from New York and California to Germany and Canada, and now the American right is imploding over Israel, Jews, and Islam. This isn't foreign anymore, it's here. We're unpacking it all on the Quad. Welcome back, everybody, to the Quad, and here in our Jerusalem studios with our wonderful panel, Emily Schrader, human rights activist and journalist, Shoshana Keats-Jaskal, the founder of Chochmat Nashim, elevating Orthodox women's voices and fighting discrimination, and an extra special guest co-host all the way from California, Tanya Tikhanovsky, who is, for most of you will know her, as highly Jewish on Instagram and the incredible advocacy work that you do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, what is going on? This is what's happened in the last week. Here you go.
Well, it's been 1 week since the heart of Bondi was shattered by an act of unimaginable evil.
2 gunmen opened fire, killing 15 people.
Since Monday, the NYPD has received reports about 2 possible bias incidents against the Jewish community.
The FBI has arrested 4 alleged members of a radical left-wing group accused of plotting New Year's Eve bombings in Los Angeles.
Toronto and Peel police have arrested 3 men who face dozens of charges.
To alleged kidnapping, conspiracy to commit sexual assault, and hostage-taking. One of the men is also facing ISIS-related terror charges.
German authorities have arrested 5 men suspected of planning an attack on a Christmas market in Bavaria.
Has the West been infiltrated? There was a very disturbing video by a wonderful guy called Ami Horowitz, where he went around campuses asking people to sign up to kill Jews, shoot Jews, and injure Jews. Look how this went down.
I'm here at San Francisco State University, one of the most left-leaning intersectional schools in the country. I'm here to raise money to kill Jews. Raise money for arms and weapons to fight back against the Jews, operations against the Jews, but around the world, in France, in Germany, here, in Britain, wherever they are. But here and in Europe, we want to raise arms so we can strike them all over the world. We have to hit these people hard.
Yeah.
And we want to fund operations against soft targets. Schools, hospitals, Jewish cafes, hospitals, Jewish schools, Jewish buses, synagogues, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we have to strike back.
Yeah.
We can't
No, I
allow-
definitely agree. Yeah, most definitely.
You agree with what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. But yes, I would totally be down.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
bro, I agree with you. I mean, you understand what I'm saying
Yes.
about hitting these targets.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I like what you're saying. I would love to help.
You want to spread the word too?
Spread the word for sure. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
God bless you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have money to give, but if you need word
But
of mouth,
moral support you can give me.
yeah,
And just spread the message.
like promotions, like putting on a story or something.
How much money would you be able to do? It's tax deductible.
A couple bucks.
Like $5.
Also $5? Like $5.
$5.
But yeah, 5, 10. I'll probably do like $5.
$5 is great. 10?
Yeah, like 5 to 10. Like $15 right now. Say $15.
That'd be amazing.
Like $15, $20 probably.
That'd be great.
Cool 20.
20? Yeah. Come on, here, brother. Come on, here, brother.
All right, ladies. I mean, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. It just feels like we're living, to me anyway, and also I'm spending too much on Twitter. Instagram is like where I go to relax, which is not good. But I feel like I'm living in the twilight zone. Are we living in the twilight zone, Emily?
I don't know that it's the twilight zone, but it's definitely a difficult time. And I think that there's a lot of people who, for some reason, don't want to call a spade and speak about what's directly in front of them and the direction that the entire country and the United States and world, Western world at least, are going. And that's extremely disturbing. I don't know how else to put it. I'm profoundly disappointed every time I open social media, even though I shouldn't be, I guess, but I am.
I would be happy just to feel disappointed.
Yeah.
I feel like the past few days,
Yeah,
I've almost like sank into, it's like our Bubby prepared us for this. Like I always say that, it's not surprising to me that there's anti-Semitism around the world and you can see patterns in history. But honestly, when everyone is talking about the Jews,
yes,
we're in bad shape. Like when friggin' Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, well, Ben Shapiro on the positive side, but everyone else is screaming about the Jews in Israel. There's so much going on in the world.
Yes.
There's an entire world full of drama and misery and pain and suffering that needs attention, but all anyone can ever talk about is the Jews. To me, this is the biggest warning sign that we've had, in my opinion, in the past decade or so at least. I'm scared.
I'm actually also scared. And Tanya, for you, it's all the more real because actually they discovered a plot in California for going around shooting people. Some people actually did get shot. You live in LA.
Yes.
And I know that you've been the target of much anti-Semitism, especially in your own community. Maybe tell us a little about what you've experienced and what made you come to Israel at this time.
Yes, absolutely. Well, as you know, I think it's pretty obvious. I am a lesbian. Yes, I mean, I know it's hard to tell these days. We no longer know what a lesbian is, but or a woman is. But I am an old school lesbian. I was born a female. I identify as a woman. I identify as lesbian. That's a baseline. And I have been an activist for the gay community my entire life. Yes, I've always been a Jew and I've been a Zionist. Those are, to me, one and the same thing. But I've spent my whole life championing gay rights. So just this past year, when talking about June, Gay Pride Month, Dyke Day in LA, which has been around for nearly 17 years, is a day where you can get together in a park with fellow lesbians. Now, historically, it was lesbians. Now you have everything under the sun and there, all the alphabets. But that was typically what it was for lesbians to come together and celebrate. And unfortunately, over the last year and a half, actually even before this year, it ended up being a keffiyeh parade. You had shirts that said globalize the intifada, faggots for the intifada.
Oh.
I mean, this is like a suicidal mission. I mean, I've never seen such, I mean, it's...
Send some of those to Gaza.
Please, the shirts and the people, because they really need to understand what's happening. And this year, the promoters for the event said that Zionists were banned. Now, they were very smart. The actual party throwers did not put this on their social media, but the promoters for the party did and said the Zionists were banned. So, of course, you know, I'm too much of a dyke for you to not allow me in a gay space, and I'm certainly not going to let you push me out as a Jew either. So I got a bunch of queer Zionists together. Now, I hate the word queer. I like to just say gay, but no one really understands what gay is anymore.
We do.
So,
We're all
wonderful.
We're all
Thank you.
allies.
Great. So I got a bunch of lesbians together, Zionists. We have to hire private security. A friend of mine insisted on it just because...
To show up.
Just to be there with us in case anybody wanted to harm us. I wore a bright shirt that said Israel on it. Now, I already have a giant Jewish star tattoo on my arm. I have the Israeli flag tattooed on my leg. So I'm already like the walking mascot for Israel. If anyone wants to hire me, there you go. So I decided to wear a camera, and we're walking around the entire park. And the park, I'll tell you, takes about 3,000 people. So we have 3,000 individuals that are spread all around the park, eating, drinking, dancing. And I'm walking around, and you would think that I had some visible disease. People were spitting on the ground as I was walking by. People were telling me, go home. And this is what really, really killed me. As I was walking, two women, now feminine presenting women. Now, again, I always say this as a joke, you know, like my girlfriend's feminine presenting, thank God. I don't want someone looking like me. But when you think about Dyke Day, what do you think of? You think of me. I'm the mile away gay. I'm the one that you know is gay from a mile away, okay? But when you're at Dyke Day and you have two feminine presenting women that have never had to live the hard life that I've had to live as a visible lesbian, that can pass in any room if they need to be safe, are visibly telling me, why are you here? You don't belong here. Because I support Israel, the one place in the Middle East that actually keeps us safe and celebrates us, is absolutely insane. And what's worse is these women were self-identifying Jews. So I am sitting here and seeing anti-Semitism on the left. They've completely lost their minds.
Yes.
It's now on the right, which it's always been there, but now it's even become more emboldened. And then you have the people that are actually Jews, that are voting for Mamdani, that are just in every single way behaving like against their own self-interest.
Yes.
I mean,
internalized
internalized anti-Semitism. It's absolutely, I feel bad for our ancestors to have to see it. Truly.
You know, there's always been Jews who take the side of the enemy. There's always been a small amount of Jews who think somehow
if I
they'll
see that
be free
video
of it.
Mamdani and Mandy Patinkin is one more time, everyone's sharing it all around the world. You know what I'm talking about, making lots together.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, just kill me.
And Bernie Sanders, he's always in the photo op with him. Again, it's absolutely insane.
I kind of love when the anti-Semites and the self-hating Jews, or as you call them, the non-Jews.
The non-Jewish Jews.
Or the Palestinians, as Trump likes to say, you know, since Chuck Schumer's more of a Palestinian than a Jew.
That's what he says.
Correct.
But I love when they're celebrating Hanukkah because it's like literally the most Zionist holiday that exists.
They don't know.
And they're so clueless that they have no idea what Hanukkah actually stands for. And the fact that it is a nationalist, Zionist, pro-Israel holiday.
Well, that just shows how ignorant they are and how detached from their own identity and from their own traditions and from everything. They see Hanukkah as just another version of Christmas for Jews, instead of actually understanding that it's a story of Jewish rebels taking back the temple.
Cynthia Nixon with
resistance.
Oh God, Cynthia Nixon. Oh my God.
Yes. Well, can I just ask a question? Because we had Daniel Ryan here for a number of months.
Good friend of mine.
He's a great guy. I adore him and I miss him. Daniel, I miss you. He's in Argentina right now having a great time.
He's such a sweetheart.
But he thinks that the lesbian community has actually been worse than the gay male community.
Oh, absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely. Well, look, I do have a little bit of a conspiracy theory, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'll say this. However, you know that in Iran it's illegal to be gay. We do know this.
Yes.
But it's actually legal to be trans. It's even subsidized by the government, right? Khomeini's government. Khomeini's government in 1989.
They would rather a man become a woman and lead a heterosexual.
It's a corrective measure, right? So imagine imagine now that we all know that they infiltrated our campuses prior to October 7th. They were all already prepared in their PR war against Jews.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising to me that the gay community, in particular the trans community, is a community that hates Jews the most right now. So it's hard for me to not see that connection and to not see that there is an infiltration. It's been happening since 2008 when I was in London and they weren't teaching the Holocaust in public schools anymore because it was going to offend the Muslim students. I don't even understand how you make those those leaps in your brain, but at the end of the day, it's just justified anti-Semitism. And that has been sprinkled around throughout the world for years.
Well, you know, the thing that's so irritating about this is how they're hijacking all of these causes is that it damages the people like you. It damages the people like Brianna Wu and other people who are activists that just want to live their lives, whether they're trans or lesbian or whatever. And they can't do that because they're being demonized by this subversive narrative that's been shoved down their throats into all of these social justice movements that the cause in and of itself is just. It's something worth fighting for. But it becomes something else entirely when all these like free Palestine death cult people get involved in it.
But it's like a social justice soup. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, what are we actually fighting for? What are our principles? What's the actual problem? I mean, when I was growing up, we were fighting for marriage equality. It was illegal for me to be married, okay? So I was an activist. I was not protected under the law in terms of hate crimes. Now I am federally. So we won, yay. Like life is good now. What is there to still continue fighting? So I feel like now they find the vulnerable communities that feel like they don't have much to fight for anymore and give them some kind of a cause. And everyone likes to feel righteous and we like to feel like we're doing something right, even as Jews and as gay people that have spent our whole lives fighting for equality. So if that's what we stand on and that's who we are, that's what the core of who we are, then it's not surprising that someone who is uneducated and doesn't have skin in the game, doesn't have family that are from the Holocaust, that doesn't have any concept of what Israel actually is, to then just join in with the crowd that is quote unquote being oppressed, even though we know they're not. So
I mean, what's disturbing to me is that in the last few weeks, it's gone from narrative to reality. It's gone from, it's gone from swastikas and harassment of Jews at a protest, which is bad enough, to killing. I mean, to attacking. Has the Intifada now gone global? Is this what they wanted?
Yes, it has already been globalized. It's here. We are here.
We're here, right?
It's arrived.
I mean, it's not me.
No. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns at the Bondi Memorial. I actually watched the whole 10 minutes because he said what you just said. He said, it starts here, it comes here, and now it's on our beaches. It's no longer just chance. We owe our Jewish community safety. We have to fight against hate. He called on everyone to do mitzvah a day, which is it's really a beautiful speech. You should watch the whole thing. And I said, this is the first time I felt hope because a politician is saying, we messed up. We didn't take care of what we needed to. And it's becoming, like what you said, from words to on our streets, and we have to stop it now. That's what we need to hear from everybody. That is what we need to hear from everybody.
We need to see.
No, of course, but first he has to say it and then put it into legislation. Because honestly, the fact that look, I'll show you a screwed up thing.
How can you put it into legislation when the Muslim Brotherhood has infiltrated all of these governments to the point that I don't mean infiltrated as in physically. I mean infiltrated as in anytime you take a stand against Islamist ideology, these politicians get smeared, get slandered, get sued, and accused of Islamophobia. And it's not Islamophobia. Standing against Islamist ideology that kills Muslims in the Middle East is not Islamophobia. Yet all of the Western governments have been taught this and are harassed this way and are lobbied on this narrative and this argument. And I don't have any faith, even if there are a few individuals, even if there are a few members of Congress, which there are in the UK and Belgium and the US, Canada, Australia, it's not enough. It's not enough because you can take a stand against it and say, oh, this is wrong and we have to do something, we have to do something. They've been saying we have to do something for like 20 years. What have they actually done?
What's really crazy is that these politicians don't understand that being against the spread of Islamism is actually patriotic. That is the #1 way to understand that we are Americans because we support Western values. I saw a video where Mamdani was saying that all 5 boroughs were against Western values. And in my mind, mind, I'm like, then what exactly are you trying to do in New York that is supposed to be like the pillar of what we consider to be Western values in America? And as politicians that are sitting in our government, they should be supporting America. And so forget even like the Jewish cause, which for me obviously is the near and dear and the most important to my heart. But as an American, for national security reasons, to make sure that I am safe, like people always talk about abortion and gay marriage. I'm sorry, worry about driving a car, worry about being able to vote, worry about like having basic human rights that will be stripped from us if Islamism actually spreads.
They have no
so
concept. They have no concept.
It's so wild to me.
They can't understand it.
No.
They can't understand it. And I think that also for a long time, Jews, especially younger Jews, really didn't understand that anti-Semitism still existed. And now
I was one of them.
It's kind of shocking. You grow up thinking, I'm in America. And again, you know, all these accusations against Jews who are prosperous, who've done things, those Jews did things for their country, not as Jews, as Americans. Those Jews are the most patriotic Americans that exist. All of those people that are being maligned today, that is the saddest thing about anti-Semitism, that what people don't seem to realize is that American Jews feel very American. Now, can you say the same thing for Islamist Americans? I don't think so, because they're telling you to their faces. And the worst example, or the best example, is what's going on in the Republican or in the conservative movement, as witnessed this week in the Turning Point event.
Yes.
I mean, we have lots of scumbags that are going to come out of that, but let's just talk about the event. I just don't understand how you can have people on stage in the conservative movement, some of them saying the worst thing to happen to us is Israel or Jews, and the other side saying, wake up, the Islamists are going to take over.
So I will say, the one thing that I do want to applaud the Republicans for, and of course I'm biased because now I'm a Republican, so
You
I'll
are
say
now?
that.
Why?
Because from October 7th, because I mean, if I'm a Jew, that's why I'm a Republican. I have a brain. That's how I'm a Republican. But Democrats
Might have to rethink that after the way things are going. But
I mean, yes, but I will say
not to be a Democrat, just nothing.
I know, I agree with that. But listen, Democrats do not in any way.
There's no debate, just
at all.
Yeah. There's no debate.
But with Republicans,
They're having
as much as I do not like what is being said, at least they are willing to platform two opposing viewpoints.
Yes.
To give us the opportunity as viewers to discern what we want to believe is right. Now, with that said, there are certain things that should just be through lines for both parties. Just for anyone that is a citizen of the United States, there should just be a through line that anti-Semitism and extremism and bending over for, you know, Qatar is probably not the way that you should go. And that should just be the through line for all parties, for everything in government and within civilians. We should just know that, you know, extremism on either side is wrong. So, of course, I'm not happy that we had, you know, Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson or all of those people being platformed and, you know, emboldened. But I also, at the very least, we know that we are able to have a discussion and hopefully rid that side of all of these people.
There is a debate and they are fighting. There is a fight in the conservative movement. Don't you think so, Emily?
I mean, yeah, I guess it's clear that they're fighting. It seems more like a battle of egos in many cases, but I actually don't think it's a good thing that they're debating, because I don't think that a neo-Nazi ideology is something that needs to be debated.
Agreed.
It's something that was debated and they lost.
Yes.
The Nazis lost, literally and
you.
ideologically.
Yes.
And the fact that you have people who are trying to bring this up again and rebrand it and repackage it as if it's a legitimate argument when it's not. And we know it's not, and it's been proven it's not, is doing a disservice to all of the Republican Party. It isn't a fair argument. It isn't a fair debate, because these aren't legitimate political opinions. And a lot of this is being spearheaded by people like Nick Fuentes, who is a neo-Nazi. However, he contradicts himself every other word. This isn't a coherent ideology, a well-formulated argument that he has for the ideas and the policies that he wants to advocate. This is someone who wants attention on social media. And so when we're having a debate about these ideas, first of all, what ideas? Half of them are contradictory. And second of all, why do you need to have a debate about something that's already been proven wrong? You're only giving voice and giving air and giving platform to radicalism in a way that it's coming from a place of, you know, I talked about this also on my show this week, but the loser mentality, where everything is always someone else's fault.
Yeah.
I don't like this, the Jews. I don't like that, the Jews. The Jews have too much money. They control the banks. They control the media. They control this. Everything I don't like in my life is because of a Jew.
Yeah.
And that's what you see from the anti-Semites on the right. This scapegoating, this victim blaming. Yeah, but we're talking about
And the conspiracy
USA and the conspiracies. Yeah. If I don't have something, it must be because there's a conspiracy. It's not my own responsibility to take initiative.
Which is ironically against every single principle of the Republican movement.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's not a valid debate.
Personal responsibility. No conservatism. Personal responsibility is conservatism, which is what Ben Shapiro was talking about.
And it is so damaging to the United States of America. Like, I think people are so caught up in this that they're not realizing what's happening to the country.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, if you are going to spend your time fighting about whose fault it is that X, Y, and Z, or whether there is actually a global union of Jews who are a cabal who's like, what is happening to your country? There's no United States of America. I grew up in the United States of America. I love it. And it's really sad. I don't recognize it anymore. I don't know if it has a future. Why are you here instead of here? Like, that's, it's like a distraction, and then someone else is gonna, all of a sudden you can turn around and be like, where's my country? You lost it.
The question really is, to me, are these just the very loud minority? And most people are like, come on, give me a break. Like that, all we hear are the extremists because they're making the noise? Or is it consensus? And I'm beginning to worry that a very effective Muslim Brotherhood campaign coming out of Qatar, the Islamic Republic, is actually becoming consensus. I had a bit of a shocking conversation with somebody recently, Christian, who said to me something like, but what about the discrimination of Christians in the West Bank? Like, where did you hear this from? So now I'm beginning to see that regular, intelligent people, I thought were intelligent, it's happening. It really is getting through. And that conversation really scared me.
Well, you know, before Charlie Kirk was murdered in that horrific event, I was actually very vocally against him. Because it was right after the AmFest event that they had the year before. And he had invited Tucker Carlson and also Dave Smith. Okay, Dave Smith is not an intellectual.
No.
He's not a public intellectual.
He's an idiot. He's a failed comedian.
He knows nothing about anything outside of the United States, and yet spouts off his opinion as if he's a freaking scholar of international relations. He has no business being there in the first place in any kind of intellectual debate, much less about foreign policy. That's the first thing. The second thing, Tucker Carlson was there. Tucker Carlson is not a Republican. He's not a conservative. The ideas that he is advocating are not things that have ever really been consensus on the right. The people he's platforming, from George Galloway to Francesca Albanese to Nick Fuentes himself, these are not people, Alex Jones, all of these people, these are not leaders of any kind of conservative, intellectual, or otherwise movement. And so to continue to platform him as if he's a legitimate conservative representative is insane. And TPUSA was wrong then, before Charlie passed away, before Charlie was murdered, and they're wrong now. And the fact that they did so after Charlie was murdered is even more appalling. Why was this man speaking at Charlie's funeral? I don't care who he's friends with, which is something that Ben Shapiro spoke so eloquently about during his speech at the TPUSA conference. It doesn't matter who you're friends with in personal life, okay? When you are presenting yourself, when you are recycling bad ideas, as Ben talks about with Tucker Carlson, this isn't something that should be given a platform, certainly not at TPUSA. And so to see them doing this again, not only once, but doubling down and doing it again, it's disgraceful. And it's the reason that I am against them. And it's the reason that I think this organization has massive problems, including internally. I'm extremely disappointed that they did that. Extremely.
Well, especially when the people that they're platforming are people that platformed haters of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Nick Fuentes was a hater. Candace Owens, who people have been silent about, and this was the whole thing of Ben's speech, you know, people are giving her a free pass like Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, she's relevant now somehow. Well, she stopped being relevant for a while.
Megyn Kelly.
No, Candace Owens. She used to be relevant.
She's accusing the grieving widow of the founder of this incredible organization, because they have done great things for the youth of America. And you're platforming somebody who is accusing the widow of being part of the murder? I just don't understand where where real kind of ideas loyalty lies, where values lie. Where values?
Well, when you were talking about, like consensus, like if anti-Semitism and all of this hate is now, is it just on the extremes or is it mainstream? And to me, I just think about it's now on the local level. It's now in education. You have schools that are rewriting actual history, that are changing the maps of things to not include Israel, that are, pushing DEI initiatives, which to me I've changed it to doing everything incorrectly because it's not inclusive of Jews. How do you not include Jews in this situation?
It's actually far beyond Jews. You're exactly right. We also see, and this actually came also from Tucker Carlson, the historians he's platformed who are trying to rebrand World War II.
And Hitler. As a good guy.
Well,
as
I don't
Churchill
know.
is the bad guy.
We shouldn't have, the UK shouldn't have attacked Germany because Germany didn't attack them,
What? I want to say something as a mom, because I feel like there's a lot of noise in the media, there's a ton of noise in social media, and don't give your kid a phone like this until they're at least 16 or 17 years old, and after you've spoken with them about it. That is 100% the way you should go. But there's so much noise and so much going into your child's brain that you have to be the filter. You have to teach your kid. You have to teach values, to teach history. You have to tell them to not just listen to any big mouth or pretty hair on the internet. They have to understand not everyone is a scholar. Not everyone knows what they're talking about. In fact, few people do. And as a parent, I feel like my number one responsibility is to make sure that my child at least knows reality, evil from good, something that is, question, ask a question, doubt, look it up somewhere, take an encyclopedia out of the library, like
that would mean critical thinking is still alive.
Critical thinking, that's what I'm trying to say.
And on that positive note, we go on to our very favorite segment, Scumbag of the Week. All right, let's start with you, Tanya, because you are new to this Scumbag of the Week, even though you've been pointing them out for quite a while yourself.
Yes.
Who's your scumbag? Who's your scumbag this week?
Unfortunately, Chuck Schumer. During the horrible massacre at Bondi Beach, let's be clear, 15 people lost their lives that day, and they were Jews. Most of them were all Jews. This man is a Jew. He is sitting in our government. He is the highest sitting Jew in our government.
Yeah.
And before he goes on live television to discuss what happened at the beach, he decides to say, now, before I get into it, I have to say, go Bills. They had a great game against the Patriots.
And of course, I'm going to say a few words about the terrible shooting in Sydney, Australia. Okay? So, and first, of course, as I always say, no matter what, go Bills. They beat the Patriots today. It's a big deal.
It's disgusting.
And I'm just sitting here and thinking, I don't know another Jew in my vicinity that wasn't crying, that wasn't feeling pain and just like anguish and despair and fear and just empathy. And we have someone that is supposed to, be the visible Jew in our government. And he's making jokes and supporting a football game like this is just like a regular day. It's, as a Jew, he should be so ashamed. And if I were his parents, I would be ashamed.
Well, I couldn't agree more. He's a repeat scumbag on this show. and the truth is that Trump is right. He says Chuck Schumer is the first Palestinian. Listen, Chuck Schumer is somebody who's worked against his community. He's somebody who went and said to Columbia University administration, don't worry about anti-Semitism, only the Republicans care. This is the man. This is the man. This is the man who's basically sold out his own community for whatever little love, warmth, or popularity he got from the enemies. So great scumbag. Thank you, Tanya. Okay. Emily, who's your scumbag this week?
So my scumbag this week is Myron Gaines, whose actual name is Amru Fudul. He is Arab himself. He has fashioned himself an activist, I guess I thought he was on the left, but apparently now he's attending the AmFest of Turning Point USA, where he was this weekend. This is a guy who tweeted not so long ago, yeah, we like Hitler. No one gives a f what you woke Jews think anymore. Bro was a revolutionary leader and saved Germany. The Jews declared war on Germany first. Yeah. So these are the kinds of people that are being allowed, apparently, to attend and take part in the Turning Point USA conference. So you would think that there's a line that they would not allow people to cross when it comes to attendance and participation in an event like this. Now, to be fair, he didn't speak. However, he was all over the conference wearing a shirt that says, let them cook, which is a meme of Sesame Street character taking cookies out of the oven. It's an anti-Semitic meme referring to how Jews were cooked in the Holocaust. This is someone, Myron Gaines, who's a known Holocaust denier. At the same time, he's praising Hitler, of course, because that's what they do.
Yeah.
And also someone who has called Palestinian terrorism repeatedly resistance, has endorsed violence against Jewish individuals around the world. And apparently this is also someone that is now, his ideas should be debated on the right. So yeah, the Republicans have a problem, a big problem.
Yeah.
And more needs to be done than just saying, oh, that's bad, we don't agree with that. No, it shouldn't be a debate. These people should not be welcome in these environments. And I know when I was involved in politics in the United States that there were individuals who were neo-Nazis that were physically expelled from conservative conferences. Yep. And the fact that Myron Gaines was able to walk around freely taking photos with known influencers, one of which, by the way, was Emily Wilson, aka Emily Saves America, who was just on that recent trip to Qatar. Yeah. The fact that these people are able to walk around freely without concern about being thrown out of the very event that they came to attend, it's a disgrace, and there's really no excuse for it. So Myron Gaines, you're my scumbag of the week.
And yes, to be very clear, I agree with you fully on that. As much as I was saying that I like that we embrace different opinions, that's where the through line cuts off.
Yeah.
If you were, they should not even be there as guests. They should not be platformed at all. And if I were TPUSA, I would be embarrassed to have any association with these people.
We should be embarrassed, for God's sake. They should be embarrassed. I mean, never mind the fact that they're completely revising history in the most awful way. Wonderful scumbag. We didn't even know who he was, but I did see that T-shirt. And I think that, in fact, it was Nick Fuentes who did a whole metaphor of the Holocaust and the camps talking about cookies.
Yes.
Which was disgusting. I remember watching it and feeling like I wanted to vomit, and this is the type of people they're embracing now. Shoshana, who's your scumbag this week?
I have to just say I'm thoroughly depressed.
Yes.
I'm thoroughly depressed. My scumbag is on the same note, Steve Bannon, who embraced another conspiracy theory about Jews by calling Ben Shapiro a cancer.
Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads.
You know, when you can't debate someone's ideas, when you can't argue with someone's facts, and you call them a cancer or some other blood libel that you pick out of the anti-Semitic history book, you've lost. The only people who are going to follow you are the nut jobs, the scumbags, the Nazis, and the people who have one brain cell to share among them. But my fellow Jews, I'm speaking to you right now, and I say, be careful, because this is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You really need to find allies, to talk, to share stories. You know, I'm a grandchild of survivors. I'm going back to Poland in March. Not that I want to go, but I'm going because we're unveiling tombstones and going to our roots, you know, like basically cutting us off from where we were in Poland. It's in living memory. And to let these people make cookie jokes about my family that were burned in ovens.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd see it in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd see it in my lifetime. And it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to protect your community and not have another Bondi, and to really, I'm sorry to say, to take care of everybody as best you can, because it's just up to us.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately,
it's terrifying.
This is what globalized intifada.
This is the globalized
actually looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was between scumbags because there were just so many this
So hard to pick.
So hard to choose. And I was going to go for Megyn Kelly. And then I thought, nah, she's just such a coward. I'm not even going to give her the time of day. So instead, I'm going for Dave Chappelle, who I used to like. I thought he was pretty funny years ago. I thought it was funny a few years ago, calling out woke. But then he turned on the Jews. What a surprise. And this week, what he did was, he also brings his anti-Semitism into his shows, not just on social media. He actually brings it into his shows, which makes the Jewish people in the audience extremely uncomfortable. But obviously, he doesn't really care. Maybe that's even his objective. But this week, he was lashing out at Bill Maher, who's wonderful, about the fact that he was called out for going to Doha on that comedy fest that they did. They paid all these comedians to go to a country where freedom of speech doesn't exist to pretend that it does. And of course, he also converted to Islam a few years ago. So Dave Chappelle went along with yes, he did. He went along with a whole bunch of other comedians. And yes, as true to form in a country that actually has freedom of speech, he was called out for it. And so he went on stage and said, just to add to many of his blood libels, oh, people are saying that I shouldn't have gone to, no, sorry, it was Saudi Arabia, not Doha. People should have said I shouldn't have gone to Saudi Arabia because they killed a journalist. Well, Israel's killed 300 journalists.
These act like because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia, I somehow betrayed my principle. They said, well, Saudi Arabia killed a journalist. And rest in peace, Jamal Khashoggi. I'm sorry that he got murdered in such a heinous fashion. But, and no buts, like, you know, period. And also, I mean, look, bro, Israel's killed 240 journalists in the last 3 months. So I didn't know y'all was still counting.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Dave Chappelle, but the majority, if not all of those journalists, were actually terrorists who were vlogging. They weren't really journalists, and we know that. Most of the ones that claim to be journalists are actually in Poland or Kenya because they pretended to be in Gaza when they weren't. And the ones that were in Gaza were very clearly employed by the Hamas propaganda machine, or they were scared by the Hamas propaganda machine and so went along with it, or they were killed by Hamas themselves. And so please check your facts before you carry on slandering Israel and the Jewish people. And you know what? Stick to comedy. You are no geopolitical expert. You are no religious expert. You are just a comedian with a microphone, okay? So you are my scumbag of the week, Dave Chappelle. All right. Oof. Yeah, gosh, it always feels like therapy.
Well, Dave Chappelle also has a more recent history of deeply anti-Semitic views in the first place, not about Israel, but about Jews. You know, he made a lot of comments. It's that same ideology I talked about, the loser mentality, where like everything that I don't like, every problem in the world is because of Jews. Yes, just throwing everything on the Jew. It's the oldest trick in the book.
But also, it's not new, exactly. It's just not new. The whole of Jewish history and all of, you know, Jewish history should be called the history of hating Jews. But all of it is all about scapegoatism. There's nothing new. Jews are this or they're that. They're capitalists or they're communists. They are the scourge or they are the this. Everything's like, you're losers. Get a life.
Our power is in that we don't focus on them.
No.
They always focus on us because we're not out here trying to convert the world. We're not out here trying to, you know, create every single Jewish country and like convert people from all over the place. We're not trying to do that. We're happy being who we are.
Yes.
And we're happy in our homeland. And that's it. We're going to support ourselves. We're going to empower ourselves. We're going to always survive and thrive. And that's what they're angry about, I think.
I couldn't agree more. They're angry at our resilience and success. And our success is because we work bloody hard.
Yes, we do.
Nobody gives us anything. Whatever country we go into, we work from the bottom. We just work hard. We have a work ethic. That's what you can't stand.
I mean, this is the core of Zionism, and also why Zionism itself as a concept has been targeted, because Zionism essentially is a movement that should be a blueprint for any minority rights movement in the world, for any historically oppressed minority group. And yet, we see time and time again that even some minority groups have turned on that instead because it's difficult to take responsibility. It's difficult to take things into your own hand. Self-determination is difficult. That's why Palestinian leaders who are cowards have continued to reject it for 76 years.
Because it's much easier
for them to say, oh, Zionism is evil. No. Zionism is the example of liberation, of self-liberation of oppressed minority groups, and it is what everyone should be amplifying and should be using as an example.
Exactly. Taking responsibility, taking autonomy. Yeah, this is something which is foreign to losers who want to blame other people. And that's basically the umbrella of our Scumbag of the Week this week.
There you go.
But we always like to end our wonderful positive show with the heroes of the week. Shoshana, who's your hero this week?
My hero is 14-year-old Chaya Mushka Dadon. who, you have to watch the video, the full video of her, I think on Sky News in Australia. It's so beautiful. So she basically, at the Bondi Hanukkah massacre, she heard children screaming and the mother saying, please take care of my kids, please take care of my kids. The mother had been shot. She left where she was taking cover and she put herself over these two children, and then she was shot in the leg. But she said, I felt it and I just used it as, God gave me strength and I just channeled it. We said Shema. She said, sorry. She led the kids in the Shema prayer, which is something you say if you think you're gonna die. And she saved their lives by shielding them from the bullets. And that's enough. But if you watch her interview, she's pure, and her love and her desire to like save these kids and just say how she got the strength from God. And she is a hero that everyone should just watch and say, I want to be like Chaya.
If I could give up my life saving these children, that's what I was going to do. So I climbed up from under the bench and I grabbed the kids from their mothers and I just jumped on top of them, and I was just holding them and saying Shema, and they didn't really know what it was, so I was just telling them, repeat after me, and I was telling it to everyone around me, and I felt just so circled with love in a field of hatred. Like I felt like we had to be the light in all of the darkness surrounding us.
I feel like in a week full of misery and pain, I just watched this video a few times and I'm just like, this is why we do what we do. This is why Jews do what we do, and we try to keep our families together and keep our people together, because this is who we are. And I wish you a full recovery, and you should just go from strength to strength and continue to be a heroine.
She's an inspiring young hero.
It's incredible. Did you see the video?
Yes.
I just was like,
she's like, this is my obligation. God was guiding me. It's just, she's inspirational.
Gorgeous.
This kid is
Incredible.
inspirational.
Yeah.
Emily, who's your hero this week?
So going back to the whole debate that we are just having, my hero this week is Ben Shapiro.
Oh, yeah.
Who gave an absolutely phenomenal 20-minute speech. Yeah. If there's one thing I recommend you watch this week, it's that speech. Yes. And there's several different reasons. It's not just because of the issue of anti-Semitism that we see popping up left, right, and sideways, literally. It's because what he advocated is something that's sorely lacking in the world today, and that is the pursuit of truth. And we see so many people who are public figures or commentators or journalists or influencers or all different, elected officials even, who are far more concerned with what gets them clicks and what gets them attention. That's part of the reason you see so much contradictory rhetoric from the anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes. And that's because they're not really concerned with guiding their audiences or educating their audience in terms of what actually happened, what's actually happening, what is reality, what is truth, with evidence, not throwing out conspiracy theories that make people feel like garbage and make people feel disgruntled and, have grievances with their society in some cases when they don't even exist. Again, back to that root of, the bitterness and the hatred that anti-Semitism is often rooted in. And Ben just spelled all of this out in his speech and talked about how people who have a platform and who have a voice, like all of us here, especially, that we have an obligation to our viewers, to you guys, to be truthful, to provide evidence for the things that we're speaking about, and to provide hope in some cases as well. And that doesn't give us a free pass to, not comment when we see that people we may even be personal friends with are off base, that it is our job as public commentators to speak out against that. And he publicly did so from that stage at TPUSA, the same stage where just in a few minutes after he spoke, we saw people like Tucker Carlson spew absolute nonsense from the stage.
He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up. And he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just guessing questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So, when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know. That is retarded. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice.
So that took a lot of courage, and he's been very consistent throughout the years, actually, in what his ideology is and what he believes. And, you know, regardless of the anti-Semitism issue, that's something that I believe is really, truly worthy of respect. It's something that we should admire. It's something that we should be advocating as people who view and consume this type of content, and also people like us who are presenting a lot of this content on TV and in the public sphere. I agree with him, and I do think we have an obligation to pursue the truth and to provide evidence to our viewers. So I want to thank Ben Shapiro for that. You're my hero of the week.
He's a very, very worthy hero. You took that one from me. But no, but I want to say also that, you know, he didn't say a word about being Jewish or Israel. Not a word. And yet, when you see the nasty comments, he was only talking about America. He was only talking about the responsibility of right and wrong. And he said something very clearly. You're either on Erica Kirk's side or you're on the wrong side. And of course, because he's a Jew with a kippah on his head, so he's a visible Jew, he opened himself up to all the horrible, poisonous vitriol, which just shows the anti-Semitism.
And you know what he said? One of the things he said in his speech is that America is still the greatest country that has ever existed on the face of this earth.
Yes.
Not Israel.
Exactly.
He said the United States was, with the most ingenious constitution that has ever been known to mankind.
Yes.
It is the greatest experiment that has ever existed.
Yes.
And despite that, it's never enough.
No.
It's never enough for the Jew haters, because
Has someone else said that exact same thing, they would be celebrated. It would be, you know, the next slogan for TPUSA.
I actually think that he is the bright future of the conservative movement. And if it's not him, and if it's Tucker, it's going to be the end of the conservative movement.
Agreed.
That's the bottom line.
They're going to end up being as loony as the left.
Yes, and also everything he said was fact, and nobody can argue with him. You know why? Because he's smarter than all these other idiots.
Yes.
Put him on a debate. Put him in a debate with Tucker Carlson. He'll eviscerate him. Fantastic hero, Emily. Tanya, dear.
My hero of the week is actually Bill Maher. It's funny that you brought up what happened with Dave Chappelle, but he has been calling this out for the last 2 years, if not more. You know, and Bill is one of the few people that still remains a Democrat and is sticking to his moderate values, and who puts America first and recognizes that, you know, protecting Israel is very much in our best interest as Americans. He's always standing up for that. He's always in the corner of Jews. And I'm very, very grateful for him, because as someone who has always championed the left for so long, for him to stick with his principles. And he's being dragged on so many different sides. He was dragged when he went to visit Trump in the White House. And it's like, and that is how you're able to actually create meaningful discourse. So he's a hero for me for quite some time. So
we love him. It's the only thing that I can look forward to and not be worried and watch at the end of the day, have a little laugh, not feel depressed, is like, thank God somebody normal is left.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's he's really sticking with it, and also he brings in conservatives on his show like Charlie Kirk.
Exactly.
And they had very fruitful discussion. He's a well-known atheist, you know, interviewing Charlie Kirk, who's a very religious guy. And with so much respect on both sides, actually. That was a beautiful thing to watch when that happened. But he's
also one of the only people who completely shut down Anna Kasparian.
Yes,
and she was very
really not
calm with him, because
she doesn't like women.
She doesn't like you, Emily.
She doesn't like women. She screams.
Yeah, of course.
Well, my hero goes back, unfortunately, to that horrible, tragic attack, and he's an unsung hero, actually, who's fighting for his life. His name is Geffen Biton. He's an Israeli who moved to Australia a couple of years ago because he loved the nature of Australia. He showed up to the event at Bondi Beach after a beautiful hike in the Blue Mountains. He loved Australia, he loves nature, and he went to help Ahmed al-Ahmed. A lot has been made about his heroism, and he deserves all the accolades in the world for standing and taking the gun from the shooter. But there was a guy helping Ahmed al-Ahmed who nobody's talking about, and he's actually in a hospital fighting for his life, and I want everybody to give him a little prayer. And that is Geffen Biton, a young man, young Israeli, who was in Australia with such enthusiasm. Please, everyone, pray for his recovery and his health. Geffen Biton, an unsung hero of the Bondi Beach massacre. And with that, and with the prayer that we have, that our one hostage that is still in Gaza, Ran Gvili, comes home to his family for a dignified funeral. We pray for him too. And we hope to see you next week. And we pray that it's a better world next week. I think we'll keep on praying until things turn around. Thank you, Tanya, for being with us.
Thank you.
And thank you all from Jerusalem.
Iran has launched new military satellites from Russia in what analysts say is a message of defiance to Israel and the West. The launch, conducted with Moscow's help, signals Tehran's intent to advance its space and military capabilities despite international pressure and sanctions. Iran had previously conducted a series of satellite launches, both independently and with Russian assistance, but this latest flight is being interpreted as a direct show of strength ahead of today's Florida summit. The move comes against a backdrop of broad regional tensions, including Iran's missile production, continued pursuit of advanced missile technology, and its support to terrorist groups across the Middle East. Iranian leaders have repeatedly framed their space program as a symbol of national pride and sovereignty, even as Israel and its allies warned that such technology enhanced military capabilities. As Israel watches closely, the satellite launch reinforces the reality that Tehran remains determined to advance its strategic programs in the face of diplomatic and military pressure. Meanwhile, a new report connected to the Iranian missile program is raising serious concerns. Iranian opposition media reports that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is working to develop chemical and biological warheads for its long-range ballistic missiles. The report says the effect is being led by the IRGC Aerospace Force, including adapting missiles to carry unconventional payloads and upgrading command and control systems. At the same time, Iran is said to be moving missile launchers to its eastern regions. As we reported during today's Netanyahu's-Trump summit, Iran is expected to be a central topic, including concerns that Tehran is rebuilding ballistic missile production and repairing air defense systems damaged in the June conflict. Iran continues to deny seeking unconventional weapons, even as it expands the range and capabilities of its missile arsenal.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a crucial summit last night at Mar-a-Lago, with discussions held about the Gaza ceasefire Phase 2, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, peaceful relations with Syria, normalization with Saudi Arabia, and confronting Iran. On Phase 2 in Gaza, Trump reiterated that Hamas will have a very short period to disarm, warned of severe consequences if they fail, and stressed that other countries will act if necessary. He said, on the other hand, that Israel has lived up to the plan 100%.
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that, but they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Trump also issued a warning to Hamas's benefactor Iran should they continue their ballistic missile buildup or revive their nuclear program.
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay? One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
The Iranians were listening in to the Netanyahu-Trump meeting, and President Masoud Pezeshkian issued his own threat today on X, posting, "The response of the Islamic Republic of Iran to any oppressive aggression will be harsh and regrettable." This while Iran faces domestic unrest, as protests erupted across the country for a second straight day due to a collapsing currency and deepening economic crisis. Demonstrators took to the streets in Tehran and other cities after the Iranian rial plunged to its lowest level ever, nearing 1,250,000 to the US dollar on the open market. Shopkeepers closed their stores, major streets were blocked, and clashes were reported between protesters and security forces. The Iranian regime has moved quickly to blame outside forces, claiming the unrest is being driven by enemy psychological warfare, cognitive operations, and foreign incitement, with IRGC-affiliated media pointing the finger at Israel and exiled opposition networks. Beyond economic grievances, the demonstrations are taking on a political tone. Chants heard on the streets include open support for exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. IDF troops have discovered a Hamas terror tunnel near the Gaza border after heavy rain and flooding caused the ground to collapse. Golani Brigade soldiers identified the tunnel after rain-induced landslides shifted the terrain, revealing an underground passage previously undetected. The tunnel was located approximately 800 meters from the border, near the kibbutz of Kisufim, and is entirely within Israel's side of the Yellow Line. The discovery comes as the IDF continues efforts to locate and destroy tunnels. The military has reinforced engineering units in the area, expanded earthworks in the buffer zone, and intensified efforts to demolish underground terror infrastructure. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a conference call from Florida with billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk, who accepted an invitation to take part in a smart transportation conference in Israel this March. The talks also covered cooperation with Tesla, legislation on autonomous vehicles, and the advancement of AI, with Netanyahu saying Israel intends to become a global leader in the field, as it did with cyber technologies. Elon Musk is the owner and operator of Tesla, and we will see how those developments come with the cooperation with Israel on this matter. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition. We'll be here as events continue to unfold. You can scan the QR code on your screen for constant updates on our app. Until then, thank you for watching and stay safe. I'm Alec Pollard. We will see you next time.
A lot of people, including many Jews, do not understand what we are up against. October 7th was supposed to kickstart the final war against Israel. And Israel's enemies, although they come across as buffoons, sometimes they make ridiculous statements, they're very, very, very smart. They want to drain Israel.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we are so happy to welcome back our viewers and our listeners. Now, we have with us today somebody very interesting, Rowan Osman. She is a Syrian-born German political activist and a strong advocate for the State of Israel. Welcome, Rowan.
Thanks, Marianne. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Now, Rowan, I want to get started actually with what's in the news. Obviously, just very recently, the U.S. carried out strikes in Syria following the killing of American soldiers in the country. From your perspective, what exactly happened, and was this the right response for the U.S. to move forward?
From what we know, American soldiers were targeted in Palmyra, and the news said that this was outside the areas governed by al-Julani, or the interim president, al-Shara. So it was carried out by ISIS, Therefore, the Americans retaliated and hit ISIS infrastructure. Whatever that means, what it signals to me personally is that Sharia, or the interim Syrian government, does not rule entire Syria, and that we have more and more concerns. But to portray them as if they are the good ones today is irritating and this is an understatement, considering what the non-Muslim communities have endured so far since since Assad was overthrown.
So let's talk about that. You know, Syria has obviously been really in the headlines, as you mentioned, since al-Shara came into power, with a lot of hope around him in some places and a lot of skepticism, as you mentioned, or irritation in other places. Do you think that that his presence is going to ultimately represent some kind of positive change, or is he really, as some describe him, you know, a wolf in sheep's clothing?
After December 8th last year, when Assad was overthrown, I happened to have a lot of interviews in Israel. And I was probably the only Arab voice who was saying to the Israelis, calm down, it's all right. What happened was very important. We got rid of Assad. The corridor between Iran and Hezbollah was shut close. That is important. Now, considering al-Julani's background, a lot of people were concerned. And I was saying it took al-Julani and his troops, I don't know if you call them troops, 11 days to come from Idlib and take Damascus. The Israelis were given a heavy beating to Hezbollah in Lebanon. And as soon as they signed a ceasefire, al-Julani mobilized his men. So if the Israelis wanted to stop them, they would have. They would not have allowed them to come as close as Damascus. So that tells me that al-Julani made a deal with the Americans, and the Israelis were aware of it. I was only concerned about him keeping his side of the deal, his part of the deal. This is why I understood why the Israelis demolished the military infrastructure in Syria. So that told me they do not fully trust him, or we do not trust his intentions. That was good, because he was going to, if he was going to use arms, he was going to use it against non-Muslims in Syria. So it was a wise move. I thought whoever made the deal with him had a genius plan. I'll tell you why. He had in the past, al-Julani had the potential, the possibility to neutralize a lot of jihadists, not necessarily by killing them, but by inspiring a new example in the region to rebuild, to reshape, to remodel the jihadists' identity after a decade, at least a decade, of Syria under Assad, living a chaos, total chaos. A lot of people didn't have an income. A lot of orphans were given guns and a tiny salary, but they could feed themselves. And this is what they did. Jihadists are employed. And I thought al-Julani could come and be received in the West, and that will tell thousands of young men there is an alternative. It's enough with that madness. However, we were disappointed.
Always a however.
However, it's very disappointing. And I spoke to Syrians around the world. We do not understand why Tom Barak is still polishing al-Julani. Why would he be received in New York and in Washington without the Americans demanding concessions, such as releasing female hostages, at least, be it Alawites or Druze?
100%. And I mean, first of all, do you feel that that Israel then is handling the situation correctly on our side?
I think there was a lot of tango. The Israelis were skeptical, they were opposed, and then they were open. So the messaging changed, which says they were flexible. They did not trust the intentions of the new government, but they negotiated with them. And Omar spoke to Shibani several times in Paris. So they were open. However, once al-Julani was received in the West and polished, he was emboldened and demanding the Golan Heights back, which is never going to happen. Not because Israel has expansionist ambitions, but because these are the heights that were strategically used repeatedly to attack Israel. They would not let go, which tells us that his intentions were ill from the beginning. And I say this as someone who's half Syrian. I got calls from Syrians who were saying, at least now you will criticize Israel, when the Israelis killed, I think, 13 jihadists in Beijing. No, I'm not criticizing Israel. Jihadism is bad news for all of us, and I stand with Israel unapologetically.
Unbelievable. Now, do you think then, I'm guessing the answer isn't going to be an obvious yes in terms of the buffer zones? Israel's obviously in several buffer zones around, in and around Syria, in order to ensure Israel's security until the takeover by al-Shara. Of course, Israel was not inside Syria. Israel was in the Golan Heights, and Israel surrounded the border, but certainly was not inside Syrian territory. Do you think that it's necessary for Israel to continue to stay in those buffer zones? Why and why not?
Definitely. I understand Israel's concerns, and we've seen video footage emerging repeatedly from inside Syria where jihadists are vowing to liberate Al-Quds, Jerusalem, or to slaughter every Jew, or speaking about Khaybar, which is the slogan coined by the founder of Hamas, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, Khaybar, Khaybar, O Jews, the army of Muhammad will return. I do not see the interim government in Syria able to control the masses, who seem to be sometimes hysterical, not only in rural areas, but also in Damascus. If we accept the statements of the Syrian government when they claim that they had nothing to do with the massacres of the Druze, for example, in Sweden, if they lost control over Bedouin tribes or over some jihadists, then we should also accept Israel's concerns when we estimate that there are tens of thousands of madmen, not only Syrians, inside Syria. Even the attack against the American soldiers recently in Palmyra suggests the same and supports this theory. Therefore, I think Israel should expand, and I think the world should also understand why Israel's tactics are aggressive instead of defensive after October 7th.
For sure. I mean, and it sounds to me, if I'm hearing you correctly, that what you're saying is al-Shara, it's not even that he's not to be trusted, though he's also potentially not to be trusted, but also that he doesn't really have full control of Syria, certainly not at this stage. So even as the West bolsters him and backs him, it doesn't mean that there won't be terror attacks against American soldiers, against Israel, and especially, as you mentioned, against the minorities living inside Syria, the Druze, the Christians, and other vulnerable communities. So talk to me a little bit more about those communities. Israel's historically been very close, for example, with the Druze community. What's happening to them right now on the ground, and what role do you feel that Israel needs to have specifically to the Druze community? Druze inside Israel serve in the army. They're really, close and Zionistic part of the state of Israel. So what obligation does Israel have to them, the ones living on the other side of the border inside Syria?
In the Druze religion, they have an obligation to protect the brethren. So I was in Israel many times during the developments, and I think the Israeli government hesitated at the beginning because they cannot afford more headaches, to put it mildly. But Israel cannot afford but to help the Druze. First, because they have Druze who serve in the IDF, who are loyal, who have been historically loyal, who have relatives in Sweden, and who lost it. At a certain point, if I'm not mistaken, Bibi Netanyahu shared on social media before he shares on television a statement urging the Druze not to cross the borders, warning them that they might be killed or kidnapped, and he promised that they will help. And I'm proud of the Israelis because they did intervene. The Israel I defend will not shake al-Shara's hand. And that will be a very, very hard day for me. to see that happen, even if for strategic reasons. So when it comes to the Druze, I have traveled in the north and I've seen the archives that the Druze wanted to show me proudly of their connections, of their friendships with the Jews before Israel became a country. And in Yarka, I was told that the village only had 1,000 inhabitants. And they asked the Jews, asked the Zionists in 1948, when the war broke out, if they could protect the Arabs who didn't want to slaughter any Jews, to take in refugees. And I'm told instead of 1,000, the population went up to 50,000, to the point where the wells dried up. So they showed hospitality, they took refugees in, and those refugees today are Israeli Arabs. So they have been historically loyal, and they're known for a very positive attitude. So when they face such a crisis, of course, the least expected is that you show up for your friends. And had the Israelis not carried out airstrikes, I think way more Druze would have been slaughtered. And this is something that the Druze around the world did not take for granted.
Incredible. Now, do you think that Israel will need to continue, though, to do that? Do you think that there's going to be safe, the Druze inside Syria? Because if so, does that mean this is another front that Israel's going to be fighting on alongside all the other fronts that we're fighting?
As much as it is a problematic front on the long term, I think it is positive. The leader of the Druze community in Sweden recently said that he's not willing to negotiate with the interim government. And I understand why. They did not change their attitude. They are very rigid and humiliating in their position. And he wants independence. Whatever that means, will Israel back that up? I think they could if they want to. It's going to be problematic. And I am aware Israel cannot afford more problems. But I think, strategically speaking, they can do it. And I do not know if the leader of the Druze community, Sheikh Hijri, would have made such a bold statement without a wink from the Israeli government.
And just that final question on this before we move on to other topics. If al-Shara is not a partner, I mean, normalization is a long time away, but let's talk about cooperation. There's been a lot of talk behind the scenes about some kind of security cooperation or other cooperation between both Lebanon and Israel and also between Syria and Israel. People seem to be more skeptical about Syria and Israel. Talk to me from your perspective. Do you think that there is a chance that at any point we will be able to see some kind of at least collaboration with al-Shara and with Syria, despite all the things that you just described?
It is possible if the Americans pressure the Syrian government. Tom Barak, every time he makes a statement, he gives the impression that he has everything under control and that his strategy is more focused on economy. Give people jobs, give them new perspectives, and everything will be fine. I'm skeptical because I'm not sure when I listen to him if he truly understands Islamism, right. If he understands that jihadists are invested in the afterlife, not in this material world. So no matter what you give them, they are devoted to their cause, to spreading Islam. I don't know where his confidence is coming from. But given that he is still Trump's envoy in the region and speaks confidently, the Americans can pressure the Syrians to make a security agreement with Israel. That said, I do not want to see normalization between al-Shara's government and Israel. They say that they are an interim government. Once the government is changed, once you have moderates who are running the country, then yes, of course, Israel needs normal ties with Syria, also with Lebanon. But at the moment, as long as you can absorb the tension through a security agreement, yes, why not? But that is up to the Americans.
For sure. And I think sometimes what we find is that the West, all West, not just the United States, but certainly the United States among them, don't understand the Middle East mentality. You know, they don't realize, you said, what is Islamic extremism? Who are they really dealing with? And I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing such a rise in anti-Semitism is because of this lack of understanding of what's really going on in the neighborhood and who and how and what we need to be working with. So now you obviously haven't lived in Syria in a long time, but you are, as you said, originally from there. You're now based in Germany. What was that moment when you made this shift, when you realized that you were in favor of Israel? Because most people born in Syria are anti-Israel, and you are one of the strongest voices for Israel today.
So I bought my copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf in Damascus for less than $1.
Wow.
I also bought the Protocols of the Elders of Zion for less than $1 in Damascus, translated to Arabic, and people consider it serious literature, including many in the Palestinian Authority. I was an anti-Semite, and today most of my talks are titled The Recovered Anti-Semite, or The Story of a Recovered Anti-Semite. And my Israeli friends protest, don't say that about yourself, you're better than that. No, well, I'm not better than that. We need to understand our region in order to find a cure. I was, like most of my Syrian and Lebanese friends and family members, an anti-Semite because we are intensively indoctrinated. And I grew up in Lebanon. The first 18 years of my life, I grew up on the other side of the fence, hating the Israelis, especially that Israel occupied the south. And I was one of Hezbollah's biggest fans because they were perceived as heroes and the only ones to defy mighty Israel. I didn't know that for more than a decade, Israel exercised a lot of restraint when Yasser Arafat and his gangsters abused Lebanese territory, trained men and women, including members of the radical left from around the world, Germany, Italy, also Japan, and occasionally sent them to infiltrate Israeli borders and to target civilians. So after a decade, especially when Hezbollah started targeting Israeli diplomats and their family members in Europe and in South America, Israel had to create the buffer zone, had to give up on diplomacy. And we see today, diplomacy is not working with Hezbollah. But again, because those who push for diplomacy do not understand the mentality as we do. I was lucky to move to Europe, to live in a Jewish quarter in France, to see those Jews and to realize that they're normal people. They're actually nice. I realized that it is our side who's the aggressor, the assailant, the rejectionist, the maximalist. And I was upset for a long time, for many years, while I was relearning the history of our region, because hundreds of thousands of lives could have been spared had the Arabs accepted to deal with the Zionists, to share the land, had they dropped this entitlement attitude. I say this not to portray the situation as if it's all doom and gloom. There is hope, but I feel that it's my moral obligation, after realizing how intensively indoctrinated we are, to, especially that we have social media, that I can give myself a platform for free, especially that a lot of people follow me. So I must be doing something right, including Arabs who agree with what I say. I should inspire younger ones to speak up. Our enemy is not Israel. Israel is not responsible for the corruption, for the crime, for the pollution, for domestic violence, and for all the decay in the Arab and Muslim worlds, in most of the Arab and Muslim worlds, because we are seeing positive examples such as the UAE.
But Rowan, are you ever scared? I mean, you must receive a tremendous amount of threats being who you are. You're also a mother. Do you ever think, wow, something could happen, this is maybe not safe what I'm doing?
I think I'm born to do what I'm doing. I am fearless, not suicidal. So there are measures I implemented in my life based on the recommendation of a criminal investigator that was assigned to my file in Germany. There are compromises and sacrifices I have to do, and not to sound very dramatic, the only moment that I felt was really tough is missing my son's graduation from high school. But I did not want anyone to associate me with him for his own safety. Other than that, I do not think that I'm suffering. I'm really happy with what I'm doing. I do see it as a moral obligation, as a responsibility. And I do not do it as a favor to the Israelis. And I do not understand why many Israelis keep thanking me. I do it, and I said this to my son when he asked me the first time, why are you doing this to me? Why are you going to a war zone? We are a tiny family, and I cannot lose you. And I said, I'm not doing it to you. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for myself. I'm doing it for my granddaughters, because I will not live in a world where Hamas can get away with what they've done on October 7th, or in a world where someone, even in Europe, might dictate what my granddaughter says or wears.
Unbelievable. And, obviously you have really traveled all over to share this message. It's not just here in Israel, but it's all over the world. I just saw pictures of you recently, I think in Africa, if I saw correctly.
In South Africa.
South Africa. Okay. I was like, wow, you're all over the world delivering these very, very important messages. How are you managing to sustain yourself financially and emotionally through all of this? I mean, it's an incredible mission, but it's not a mission that a lot of people like.
No. I have a lot of followers who like me, but I have many, many more who hate my guts. So the first year, I think we were all trying to do our best. And I was traveling as much as I can, but I also needed to work. I don't know how this happened, Mayan, but in the past 5-6 weeks, I had almost 30 flights. I do not know how this became my life. I became a public speaker. So outside Israel, I'm paid. And from my speaking fees, I sustain everything I do. So it became a system that is functioning. I never imagined that I would be doing what I'm doing today. I was an introvert, and I don't mind people taking credit for my work. I would rather be in the background and strategize. But seeing what happened on October 7th, if I had to make a strategic decision, we needed a younger face. We needed someone who's trained in the media world. But I knew that we can't find this person, because when I approach people, even if you pay them, they would say, are you crazy? I'll do the fundraising. You're just a face. Are you crazy? Lotoda. Even Israelis. Because it is problematic. And being on social media, it's like being exposed naked all the time. People have comments about not only about your message, but also about your looks, also about my smell, also about my background. People have the weirdest ideas, attitudes, and social media is paradise for maniacs, for psychos. So you have to be very tough to do that. The cost is I have no personal life, and this is nonstop, and it won't stop no matter what happens, because what happened on October 7th was not an attack against Israel. It was, how do I put it, a lot of people, including many Jews, do not understand what we are up against. October 7th was supposed to kickstart the final war against Israel. And Israel's enemies, although they come across as buffoons, sometimes they make ridiculous statements, they're very, very, very smart. And they are aiming, they want to drain Israel economically, psychologically, and I have been to Israel. I think this is my 17th, 18th visit since October 7th. I lost count. I see how the mood is changing. I see that people are tired. But at the same time, I see Jewish resilience, something Israel's enemies underestimated. We will be fine. Israel will prevail. People like me come as a reminder to tell you, we got this. We're fine. But this is going to last long. And Israel's enemies will never be able to build up momentum as they already did, and they cannot lose the moment. They have to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. So we have to, those among us who are strong enough have to help those who need a break occasionally. I'm coping emotionally, psychologically, physically. I'm coping. I might need a break in the future, but for now, I think we are amidst a fight. And we're fighting again for the future of our children. What is the world you want for generations to come? If you know, then you have to understand that this war is against Western civilization. Not that Western civilization is perfect, but it is the best thing we have so far.
Rohan, what were you doing as your day job before all this started?
I was studying the Middle East conflict at university. I held a scholarship from the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, so I was paid to study.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
Convenient.
Definitely easier than what you're doing now. Now, I read that you're converting to Judaism. Is that accurate?
Well, yes, Mayan, it is true. I am converting to Judaism, and it's taken forever because I travel very often, so I miss my conversion classes. So my rabbi is happy about what I'm doing. However, this is a cost I have to bear because my conversion is something I do for myself. No Jew, no Israeli expects me to convert.
Right.
They like me as I am, if they like me. Not all Israelis like me. I think the nastiest threat I ever received was by an Israeli leftist who said he knows how much I'm paid by the Israeli government and he will get me and he's building a case against me.
What?
Like, okay. Who lives in Israel? I am converting, and I remember my Syrian grandmother, my Damascene grandmother, asked us for one thing. She said, remember, we are not Arabs. And she wasn't an intellectual or an academic. We never understood, what does she mean? Life brought me to convert to Judaism, and my Israeli friends keep telling me, you have a Jewish neshama. Like, what does that mean? I was an atheist all my life, a rational person, you know? This talk is beneath me. So I had a DNA test, and of course I have Jewish blood, but not only Jewish blood. I always say that our blood tells the history of our region like the layers of history under Jerusalem. And I always urge Arabs and Muslims who hate Israel with such a passion to take a DNA test. Believe it or not, there's a guy called Ali who used to be with Hezbollah. He's gay, his partner is Israeli. They live in Spain, and I've shared this with you because he shared it in an interview. He was with Hezbollah. He took a DNA test, 33% Jewish, Ashkenazi.
Amazing, amazing. So, I mean, it makes sense. You know, you have a Jewish soul. I think that's clear to any of us who know you.
Maybe I do.
Any of us Jews, you know, but it's still a very bad time to convert to Judaism. I mean, we're here a week after, you know, or a couple weeks after it will be when this comes out of the attack in Australia. We are in an era when the entire of London and really Europe is anti-Jewish and anti-Israel. The United States is experiencing the largest spike in anti-Semitism, certainly in my lifetime of almost 50 years. And you want to join the Jewish people?
Yes. First, because I'm convinced I am Jewish, even before I took the DNA test. I knew it when I was exposed to Judaism at university, studying Jewish studies. I knew it. It sounds like a cliche, but the stars in my world aligned. It made sense to me. And I didn't think that I wanted to share it with the world. I obviously shared it with my son, with people who are involved in the process, and I did not want my son to question my sanity. So I had to explain to him why I'm converting. But on October 7th, I decided to share with the world that I am for many reasons. See, Mayan, when I realized that I'm Jewish, I felt overwhelmed because, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense to people who are not religious, but from my perspective, I felt that all the crazy coincidences that brought me to where I am in my life, that I've always dismissed because spirituality is beneath me, were the pebbles Hashem used to show me the way back home. And I was overwhelmed because I'm old enough to understand that there's nothing for free in life. And I was thinking, when someone bestows such a gift upon you, how do you reciprocate? On October 7th, I understood that this is how I reciprocate. This is what I do for my people. I remind you that you have a spine, that you need to stand tall and proud, that there's nothing wrong with you and everything wrong with the world. Yes, even if 100 million people tell you the Jews are baby killers. No, you don't understand Judaism. You don't understand Israel. Israel, not only Jewish Israel, Israel with all its diversity, you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't understand the Jewish mission. We do have a mission, and there's nothing wrong with us. This is why I did not take my Magen David, not 1 second. And if it irritates people, if I realize that the body language is signaling that they are annoyed, I get closer. I go closer to them, ask, what is your problem? We have to change our attitude. if I tremble and if they smell fear, they become like hyenas. I'm not only talking about Muslims who are anti-Semites. In general, this is my experience wherever I go. If people look at me and want to express that they are upset, I look at them back quietly, calmly, and that's it. They calm down. And we need to instill this attitude in Jewish youngsters. I say this because they are my favorite crowd, and a Jewish student, a teenager, told me crying once in California, if Israel did not exist, October 7th would have never happened. And I told the sweetheart, Israel exists because worse than October 7th happened. And the pioneers, the early Zionists, after 2,000 years of being pushed left and right, Iberian Peninsula, a ghetto in Italy, go to Hamburg, go to America. Nobody's happy. So it's about time they said, we went back home. They did. This is why Israel is the most admirable miracle in my eyes. And this is a project that we will defend with all our might. And I do believe, as I am someone who's converting, that without God, we're lost, we're doomed. If I was still the atheist I was before I decided to convert, I think I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Because mathematically speaking, we are doomed. We are dramatically outnumbered. However, the Jewish people is still here in spite of everything that happened. And they will be here, they will stay here. And in order to be a light unto nations, you have to inspire. So Israel's biggest challenge now, to be that light, to inspire, to set an example, and to bridge the divide within Israeli society. If you do that, I'm not worried about hundreds of millions of anti-Semites out there.
Well, on that very strong note, we are out of time. Rowan Osman, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks, Maya.
Well, now joining us to discuss the Prime Minister's trip to the United States, as well as these latest developments on the diplomatic front, is former MK and former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren. Michael, thanks for being with us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. To start, what is the Prime Minister seeking to do with this visit to the U.S., and how likely is he to achieve those objectives?
Really good to be with you, Emily. I don't know if we have an entire hour for this answer. There's so much on the table in Washington. Where to begin? Just Gaza. Gaza is about 3 or 4 different issues. How do you define a violation of the ceasefire? America appears to have a different interpretation than we have. 2 soldiers get injured on our side. That's a major violation. On the American side, it's a little blip on the radar. Why overturn a good ceasefire just for that? The question of the International Stabilization Force, when it goes into Gaza, what is the depth of the Israeli withdrawal once the ISF goes into Gaza? What to do if Hamas cannot be disarmed? And that structure can't be dismantled. So many issues just on Gaza. Then there's Lebanon, Syria, where the Syrian leader, Ahmed Shara, was in the White House several weeks ago, wanted Israel to withdraw from the buffer zone in southern Syria. Israel says, no, not unless we have a defense agreement with them. That could be an issue. President Trump gave Mr. Shara a very, very warm welcome. And then over to Iran. The Prime Minister is coming to say that Iran is rebuilding its ballistic missile capabilities and maybe starting to rebuild the nuclear facilities that were either damaged or obliterated, according to Mr. Trump. And will President Trump say, well, acknowledge that there actually is a problem here? It's not easy for him. He's signed on a ceasefire. He says he brought peace to the Middle East after 3,000 years of conflict. Can he acknowledge that peace is not here yet and that we may have to go through another round with Iran? And the background, Qatar, Turkey, they want a role in all of this. Israel does not want them to have a role. They are both close to this administration in Washington. Do you have an hour? And this is all going to be on the table when the Prime Minister goes to Florida.
Well, now you mentioned briefly Lebanon, but I do want to ask a bit more about that because we've seen ongoing strikes targeting Hezbollah infrastructure as well as leadership in Lebanon just this past week, despite the ceasefire. And it does seem that even with the Lebanese government's desire or perceived desire to disarm Hezbollah. Making that happen seems to be a different story. Now, we're right up against that deadline of January 1st that the Trump administration set for disarming Hezbollah. In the event that Israel is forced to conduct operations, how do you think the Trump administration will respond to what we see in Lebanon?
Well, it's actually, maybe ironically, it's on the Lebanese front where we have the most open support from the Trump administration. A complete green light up till now. Understanding that Hezbollah cannot reconstitute itself, certainly not along our border, that this responsibility falls on the Lebanese government. If the Lebanese government can't fulfill that responsibility, then Israel's going to have to do it on its own. And I don't think there's much friction here between us and the Americans, in contrast to the many possible disagreements we have over Iran and over Gaza.
Now, I do want to ask about these diplomatic moves with Somaliland. With this recognition, I mean, why and why now? What is that diplomatic significance of the recognition of the state of Somaliland?
Well, first of all, why not? It's a strategically located country. It is a Muslim country. It is, there's no downside to it whatsoever. And if they open up their embassy in Jerusalem, even the better. It would have been nice if the United States had followed through. President Trump said it didn't seem to know where Somaliland was yesterday. He says nobody knows where it is. But having said that, I think it's an important move by Israel. I was involved several years ago in getting Israel to recognize Kosovo as an independent country. So there's a precedent for this. And the quid pro quo was that Kosovo would recognize Jerusalem as our undivided capital, and they did. So there's been no downside to our relationship with Kosovo. There'll be no downside to our relationship with Somaliland.
Now, we have seen a lot of complaints from Islamic countries insisting that this move will destabilize the Horn of Africa, which, of course, is highly ironic given how unstable it's been. But I digress. Right. Now, do you think that there's any truth to that accusation, or is this another chorus of Israel condemnation and nothing will change, practically speaking?
Anything that improves the highly unstable situation in the Horn of Africa will be welcome. This does, and it extends a strategic arc from Somaliland across to Israel. Hopefully, that strategic arc will include Saudi Arabia someday, maybe even Iraq, and there will be that arc of defense against Shiite-driven extremism that will extend from the Red Sea across the Mediterranean through the Persian Gulf to the borders of India.
Now, we do have just under a minute, but I want to ask you, that Horn of Africa, that key area that intersects with Somaliland's territory, why is it important to the fight against particularly the Houthis in Yemen?
Well, it's within striking distance. It's very close. But there are other strategic issues at bay here. It's controlling the entrance to the Red Sea, which, of course, the access to our southern port of Eilat, which has suffered greatly because of the Houthis in recent years. There's also a Chinese challenge there. The largest military base in Africa is on the Horn of Africa in Djibouti, not far from here, what we're talking about, which controls the entrance to the Red Sea. So this is it's an interesting move on the chessboard by Israel, and I would hope with greater American support in the future.
Well, let's hope that the Trump administration comes around on that front. We'll continue to update you about what's going on with that Somaliland recognition. But for now, thank you so much for joining us, Michael Oren.
Well, joining us now is the former Director General of the Prime Minister's office, Eli Groner. Eli, great to see you, my friend.
Same.
It wasn't so long ago that you were the Director General at the PMO, just across the hall from the aquarium where all the big deliberations take place. I'm glad you left on time. We've just heard the latest on the Qatargate scandal. Tell me, from your experience, is it conceivable that employees in that workspace were simultaneously working for Qatar?
So, Steve, it's a very painful question that you're asking. And what I can say responsibly is this. The Prime Minister's office is not a startup. It's not a campaign headquarters. It's a national security institution. And any staffer operating simultaneously for a foreign state, any staffer operating simultaneously for an enemy state, would represent a profound institutional failure. Now, that does not mean guilt should be assumed, but it does mean that the question itself is serious enough to require a formal, transparent investigation like Minister Shigley recommended. Because the damage, if this is true, is not just to Netanyahu and the Likud, but it's to state capacity and public trust. So to your question on, is it conceivable? It should be inconceivable. Tragically, I guess it is conceivable, but is it acceptable that we don't already have clear answers? Absolutely not.
Ellie, you personally know and worked with some of the characters involved. You witnessed Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision-making process up close. Why do you think he would not stand up and demand an investigation and answer questions? The public is demanding answers, no?
Great question. And I want to be careful here. I'm not inside the room today. Motives should never be guessed. I will say, though, that institutionally, there's only two defensible paths in a case like this. Either you demonstrate very clearly that the allegations are baseless, or you demand an independent investigation that settles the matter. Nothing else is acceptable. And what we're seeing now is that when neither happens, the vacuum fills itself with speculation, with erosion of trust, and with damage to the Prime Minister's office as an institution.
Ellie, thank you for that honest answer. I want to change direction to something that I know became a passion for you during your time at the PO, the mega natural gas development project. I interviewed you about it at the time. What a great bounce. What great bounce will it bring to the Israeli economy? And by the way, I have to say, you deserve much of the credit. What's the big picture result for Israel?
Thanks, I appreciate it, Steve. Listen, when you have a natural resource that can drive, no country has an economy without energy. And so having a source of energy that is in very, very high demand globally is a tremendous asset. Now, economically, as soon as we got the framework done and began the development of Leviathan, we knew that this was going to be an economic bonanza for Israel and we'd create a sovereign wealth fund, and all that's good. The real question, Steve, is how do you leverage it geopolitically? Because the natural gas asset is one of the development of that asset is one of the only things that you could do that simultaneously hits economic, it hits diplomacy, and it hits security. So the economic bonanza we knew we were going to get as soon as we got this thing approved to be developed in 2016. The real question is, are we going to be able to leverage this effectively for geopolitical purposes? And that, the test is going to be, can we improve our international standing? Can we improve our regional standing via this incredible asset? And on that front, the jury's still out.
Well, before we run out of time, I want to ask you this. Before you became the head of the PMO, you were the economic attaché for Israel in Washington. NVIDIA just announced this major expansion. This huge arms deal was done with Germany for the Arrow. Despite all of the negativity and boycotts of Israel and so on since the start of the war, do you expect the Israeli economy will fully bounce back?
It's a great question. I will say the following. Technology and our economy's resiliency is a real source of national security, right? It's a pillar of our national security. And the fact that the world's most preeminent company, or one of the world's most preeminent companies, NVIDIA, has decided to significantly expand its presence in Israel is a tremendous boon to the economy. But beyond that, it's a boon to our national security. When the best companies in the world, when the majority of Fortune 500s decide that they're going to open up R&D centers in Israel, and they're going to expand their R&D centers in Israel, and they're telling us that pound for pound, these are the best and most productive R&D centers they have globally, that not only benefits Israel's economy, but it also benefits Israel's national security.
Ellie, I deeply appreciate your having taken the time to be with us, and I hope we'll have you back soon.
Always a pleasure, Steve.
And joining us now is a former advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to break down the political, security and diplomatic pressures converging on Israel's leadership right now. Aviv Bushinsky, former media advisor and chief of staff to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Sivan.
Aviv, you worked closely with Prime Minister Netanyahu. How damaging is the Qatargate affair, in your opinion? Does it pose a real national security concern, or is it primarily a political or legal crisis?
Neither of both, to be honest with you. I don't think that it will affect Netanyahu's potential to be re-elected or his campaign, because, again, it portrays him against the others. That everybody's trying to chase Netanyahu and his allies or the people that surrounds Netanyahu. But I think that it portrays a very embarrassing situation in the Prime Minister's office, the way people are working, to whom they are loyal to. You mentioned Eli Feldstein. He was walking there like zombie. Nobody knows who paid his salary. How come he was hired to the Prime Minister's office? He didn't pass the limitation of his clearance, security clearance, and also the things that he said about his colleagues. Among them, he blamed the chief of staff for Netanyahu for tampering of the investigation. And these are things that people might be concerned, troubling, and portrays Netanyahu's nest in a very, very gray way. But I don't think that it will alleviate to any other political ramifications.
Now, between Qatargate, the pardon request, and the draft exemption bill, is the Prime Minister still firmly in control of his coalition, do you think, or are we seeing signs of political fracture?
I see some signs. You know what? I can even mention his number one envoy and the most trustworthy guy in his inner cabinet, if I can say, whom I know and whom I work with, Ron Dermer, that he disappeared. And Netanyahu is on the eve of going to Miami to meet the president, and no one prepares the visit. No one knows what's going to be there. We all know that Ron Dermer is a key person in the relationship between Netanyahu and Trump or Trump administration. So this is one thing. And there are other issues. I can also tell you something that I was troubled with when it was that Israel Einhorn, one of the advisors for Netanyahu, and his name was appeared on the Qatargate. He is most wanted for interrogation in Israel, and yet he was allowed to enter the Israeli embassy in Washington and meet our ambassador. These are troubling things. Will it again affect Netanyahu? I'm not that sure, but it shows some kind of a deterioration. And I think that we should listen carefully to what was published today, even in Ynet, that Netanyahu thinks that it's high time to go for elections, because too many things, too many events are pressuring Netanyahu, from the National Inquiry Committee to the draft law and to what's going on in Netanyahu's within Netanyahu's advisors. Yes, so it will affect, but I don't think that the Qatargate is something that will be the brick that will cause the wall to collapse.
Aviv Bushinsky, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And joining us now with more on the Iranian threat is Norman Rule from United Against a Nuclear Iran. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon.
We had a major war in June with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States played an historic role, of course, in bombing the nuclear facilities. And shortly after the war was declared over and the Iranian nuclear threat and missiles program set back, we were told by a very long time. Yet here we are, 6 months later, and the regime is restocking, it's rebuilding. And so I want to understand from you, what is the threat from Iran today?
Well, the threat is significant. The Israeli government is appropriate to treat this as a serious concern, but there are reasons to believe that an attack from Iran would be unlikely at present. First and foremost, the Iranian government is in a very fragile and delicate situation. Its primary concern is economic and political survival at a very sensitive time in its political history. Secondly, its air defenses proved to be incapable of sustaining any credible defense against Israel, and that still remains the case. However, missiles have always been Iran's primary means of offensive power, and Iran is now demonstrating that it's committed to this, and it's attempting to rebuild and expand this system. So here's the danger for Israel: that Iran will spend the next year expanding the system, expanding it to the point where it would have multiple sites, multiple factories, multiple launch sites, and then in any future conflict, it would seek to overwhelm Israel's defenses to the point where any air defense would be insufficient. What that would do for Iran would be to provide it a shield by which it could then build a nuclear weapons program, provide proxies with an umbrella, provide a variety of different ways by which Iran could project power. So the Israeli concerns are real. Now, how you deal with this requires some careful thought and coordination with Washington, and I think that's what the Prime Minister and the President will be discussing during their upcoming discussions. So it's a serious issue, requires serious discussions and an credible approach.
So serious discussions, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, according to reports, to an NBC report, is going to present a plan to President Trump to strike Iran, perhaps in anticipation of what you've just said. Now, how likely is it that President Trump would be prepared to greenlight such a strike, given the fact that he was the one to essentially stop the war, from continuing on, and given the political climate in the United States?
I think it would take a number of strategic drivers for the president to decide that a strike at this time would be appropriate. There would be serious consequences to launching a strike. First and foremost, Iran would begin attacks on Israel. And that would require a defensive situation to be set up. There would be an impact on Gaza and that issue. There'd be impact on the region's economy. How often are we going to be dealing with the Iranian nuclear missile program in the future? What is the point of such a campaign? So again, there are a series of discussions that need to be laid out. And the point of that project needs to be understood. So again, this is probably the beginning of a series of discussions. This is a real threat. The Iranians are aggressors. They have no need for this sort of activity. This is a threat for the entire region. So these discussions are serious. They should take place. But this is probably the beginning of what should take place between two such important allies with such close relations on security issues.
Mm-hmm. And let's talk for a moment about the U.S. Strategy right now, not just with regards to Iran, but in the entire Middle East. You know, the deals for the F-35s with Turkey, with Qatar, possibly Saudi Arabia. What is the rationale here? And won't this hurt Israel's military edge for the future?
Well, I think you need to understand there are different versions of the F-35 capabilities. And again, the United States, particularly under President Trump, has repeatedly shown that he is absolutely committed to Israel's defense and Israel's role as strong protection in the region. So there's no question that Israel's protection is first and foremost in the president's mind. At the same time, the region needs to defend itself. And technology is changing, and the region is changing in its political dynamic as well. Saudi Arabia is not a threat against Israel, and Saudi Arabia should play a larger role in defending itself against Iran. And is it appropriate that anytime there's a threat in the region that America sends several aircraft carrier task forces when perhaps the Saudis or the Gulf Arabs could play a larger role? That's a legitimate conversation, but they need to have the technology to do this. And sooner or later, you're going to go into the sort of technology that is in an F-35. Again, this is a conversation between experts and the security leadership of the two countries. But in the end of the day, Israel's security will be protected, but the region's broader security also needs to be addressed. So I don't have concerns that this will be a problem in the long run. And I think what the president is doing is appropriate for the region's broader security.
Norman Rule, thank you so much for your unique insights and for joining us today.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories in the region. U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a crucial summit last night at Mar-a-Lago, discussing the Gaza ceasefire, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, peaceful relations with Syria, and confronting Iran. On Phase 2 in Gaza, Trump reiterated that Hamas will have a very short period to disarm and warned of severe consequences if they fail, stressing that other countries will act if necessary. He said, on the other hand, that Israel has lived up to the plan 100%.
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Trump also issued a warning to Hamas's benefactor Iran should they continue their ballistic missile buildup or revive their nuclear program.
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay? One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
The Iranians were listening in to the Netanyahu-Trump meeting, and President Masoud Pezeshkian issued his own threat today on X, posting, "The response of the Islamic Republic of Iran to any oppressive aggression will be harsh and regrettable." This while Iran faces domestic unrest, as protests erupted across the country for a second straight day due to a collapsing currency and deepening economic crisis. Demonstrators took to the streets in Tehran and other cities after the Iranian rial plunged to its lowest level ever, nearing 1,250,000 rials to the US dollar on the open market. Shopkeepers closed their stores, major streets were blocked, and clashes were reported between protesters and security forces. The Iranian regime has moved quickly to blame outside forces, claiming the unrest is being driven by enemy psychological warfare, cognitive operations, and foreign incitement. Affiliated media pointing the finger at Israel and exiled opposition networks. Beyond economic grievances, the demonstrations are taking on a political tone. Chants heard on the streets include open support for exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. IDF troops have discovered a Hamas terror tunnel near the Gaza border after heavy rain and flooding caused the ground to collapse. Golani Brigade soldiers identified the tunnel after rain-induced landslides shifted the terrain, revealing an underground passage previously undetected. The tunnel was located approximately 800 meters from the border near Kibbutz Kisufim and is entirely within Israel's side of the Yellow Line. The discovery comes as the IDF continues efforts to locate and destroy tunnels. The military has reinforced engineering units in the area. It's expanded earthworks in the buffer zone and intensified efforts to demolish underground terror infrastructure. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a conference call from Florida with billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk, who accepted an invitation to take part in a smart transportation conference in Israel this March. The talks also covered cooperation with Tesla, legislation on autonomous vehicles, and the advancement of AI, with Netanyahu saying Israel intends to become a global leader in the field, as it did with cyber technologies. And in Israel, like everywhere else around the world, people rely heavily on their internet connection. But today, internet was down in many locations throughout the country. Provider companies announced a nationwide malfunction in the service, while authorities are investigating the possibility of a cyber attack. Iranian news sources have reported so, claiming it was the Islamic Republic who succeeded in damaging Israel's wireless network. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition. We'll be here as events continue to unfold. You can also scan the QR code on your screen for constant updates on our ILTV app. Until then, thanks for watching.
Prime Minister Netanyahu warns of a very severe response if Iran attacks Israel. This comes as rumors swirl around the upcoming meeting between him and President Trump. Is the Prime Minister planning to present plans for a second Iran offensive? And how will the President react as isolationists tighten their grip on MAGA? Israel Undiplomatic starts now. Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev, the host in Jerusalem, and my co-host Ruthie Bloom is in New York City, where she's been there for her father's funeral and Shiva. Ruthie, I hope you're doing well.
Well, thank you, Mark. Yes, I am, and then we can talk about that. In a way, it's related to our topic today because of Netanyahu's upcoming meeting with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And since apparently the main topic is Iran, and that was really my father's pet peeve for the last several decades. So it really does tie it in. I was happy that he lived to see Israel bomb Iran and the United States join in with the B-2 bombers. Thank God he lived to see that, but he lived a full life. He's almost 96 years old. But it is interesting, I must say, during the Shiva to see American Jews and hear a lot of their perspectives, just some of which were surprising to me.
Well, you're of course 100% right when you talk about the Iranian issue, which is clearly front and center when Netanyahu meets Trump at Mar-a-Lago. It's clear that there's unfinished business. Now, when President Trump was here and spoke to the Knesset in the middle of October, just after the Gaza ceasefire deal was signed, and we'll discuss that later because that's another issue, of course, on the table when the two leaders meet. But he said clearly if the Iranians start to reinstitute their nuclear program, they can expect a further strike on them, and he was leaving it a bit vague whether that would be an Israeli strike supported by the United States or whether America would join in as well, as they did last time. But he was very clear in his message to the Iranians on the nuclear program that if they do try to rebuild their nukes, if they do try to rebuild their military nuclear program, then they can expect a strike. But where it's not clear to me, Ruthie, is the issue which is of great concern is ballistic missiles. Because we saw in the 12-day war that we went through in the middle of the year that Iranians' conventional weapons can do great damage to cities across Israel, many fatalities. There's not an easy answer. We can shoot down many of these missiles before they land and explode in Israel, but unfortunately too many still get through. And you can still walk around Tel Aviv today, as you know, as a resident of Tel Aviv, and you can still see buildings damaged by the Iranian missiles. And for Israel, if they reconstitute their ballistic missile program, that's also a clear red line, as has been stated by the government of Israel. Do you think Washington shares that concern, or is President Trump only concerned about the nuclear issue?
I think that President Trump can be persuaded that that's a crucial issue. I think one of the problems with this administration is that though President Trump and certain members of administration have been extremely understanding of Israel's predicament and understanding that it's not only Israel's. We even heard Ambassador Mike Huckabee a few days ago at the INSS conference in Tel Aviv saying that he was saying that this is a danger to Europe, to the world. It's not just to Israel. And anybody who doesn't, he said something like Europeans who don't understand that are stupid. I think he used that literal word. So yes, but we have another wing of the administration, people also whispering in President Trump's ear. And that's what I call the Tucker Carlson wing, or, J.D. Vance, the vice president. He's much more of an isolationist. I've said this before. He is somebody who is trying not to alienate anybody in the Republican Party, including the real bad guys there. some of whom are out and out anti-Semites. And he's trying not to alienate them because he has his eye on the presidential primary in 3 years. So he's trying to sort of be wink at both sides, and that doesn't work in a situation like this. I also would like to remind you, when you said about the ballistic missiles, first of all, Hezbollah in Lebanon has also said, Iran, you got to resupply us. This isn't only Iran. Iran is the head of the snake, and we did severely weaken it. And also financially, Iran is in really bad shape. However, it would spend its last penny on trying to assert its hegemony in the region and the world, rather than feed its people. And that's a big danger. But also Israelis were tired of running to bomb shelters, living in bomb shelters when there were these missile attacks, particularly from Iran. And, it's hard we can't go back to that.
So there's an issue here which is priorities, yes? If you're Israel, Iran is enemy number one. It's the most important threat. And as you said very correctly, Ruthie, Iran is the sponsor of other smaller threats, whether it's Hezbollah or the Houthis or Hamas, yes? But the head of the snake, so to speak, is in Tehran, and that's how Israel sees it. And Israel doesn't like the idea of Iran using it's this period of relative quiet, to rebuild its capabilities. And there's a question here, America, and it doesn't matter to a certain extent who sits in the White House, though obviously it's very consequential who sits in the White House, but on this it doesn't change anything. America is a global power with global interests, and they worry about China, and they worry about Russia, and they also worry about Iran. And the extent that Iran's ballistic missile program, when it's taken away from the nuclear program, just with conventional explosives, which we saw the damage they did in Tel Aviv and in other cities across Israel and the fatalities they took, is Israel going to sit down idly and allow them to rebuild their non-nuclear military capabilities? And Israel has been clear, we won't. But once again, I'm still not convinced, or I'm not sure that the Americans are on the same page when it comes to the conventional threat from Iran. It's clear. Once again, the president was unequivocal when he talked about the nuclear threat. But I'm just not sure. And this is one of the issues, among others, that I think has to be discussed between the two leaders at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, absolutely. But, this is also one of the jobs that ambassadors do. And the ambassador, Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Yechiel Leiter, really, one of his jobs is to convey the message from Jerusalem to Washington about Israel's concerns. And because he's so articulate and he really does know how to present Israel's position, if anybody can impress upon, it's not just Trump specifically, it's not only the president, it's Congress, it's the people around the president. I think that he's a really good person to do it. Obviously, Netanyahu is the key person to do it, but we're talking about along the way and not just when he goes for his meeting at Mar-a-Lago. Now, a lot of this, we have to point out, is just speculation. And one of the reasons that we're speculating so much and trying to do, damage control, I would say, is because Axios and this its Israeli writer, Barak Ravid, spends a lot of time publishing stories that claim Trump has had it with Bibi. He's angry at Israel and he's going to give him a dressing down when it comes to Washington. And, we kind of laugh at that because every time there's such a report, the U.S. and Israel are on the same page about all kinds of very important military operations, including the last time when the U.S. joined Israel's strike on Iran, but not merely the others. So, there's a lot of joking going around like, well, as soon as Axios says that the Trump administration is finished with Israel, we know that a big operation is in the wings and is in the works.
So I'd now go to Syria, and is there a possibility that there's also maybe Israel and the U.S. are not on the same page on Syria? We saw the Syrian president Ashara. He was recently in the White House, the first time in decades that a Syrian, I think maybe even the first time ever, that a Syrian head of state was hosted by the president. We saw the president speak to him very affectionately and praising him. He had said that, he's a good-looking guy, I think he said, or an attractive man, I think he said. He talked about him being a tough guy but needed in a tough neighborhood. He gave him a present. He gave a present for his wife, perfume and so forth. And the body language was very warm. Now, Israel is very suspect of this Syrian leader. That's why we've moved our forces into southern Syria. That's why we took out in the days after he took control of Damascus, we basically eliminated the Syrian military because we were afraid of that military forming into his hand, and for good reason, because this man has a record as a jihadist. I mean, he grew up in Al-Qaeda, ISIS sort of area, and now he wants us all to believe that he's a changed man. And President Trump gives the impression that he thinks he may be a changed man. So is this another area where the Israeli prime minister and the American president are going to differ?
Well, there I think Israel and America are not on the same page, not where Syria is concerned and not where Turkey is concerned. But you mentioned Syria. So, for example, American troops were killed in Syria, and Trump said, that's it, and we're retaliating, and he did. But here is where there's a discrepancy. According to reports in Israel, there are various reports, but according to some reports, the terrorists who killed the U.S. troops were actually part of Ashara's Syrian forces that are not part of the forces that are trying to reach kind of peaceful Syrian government. So if they were part of Ashara's government forces, and Trump is trying to obfuscate that or doesn't know that and believes that, oh no, they're only, Al-Qaeda, they're opposition forces, then that's very bad. Now, we don't know for certain, but I trust, since, I have to say, I trust the Israeli reports that this attack was not merely from oppositionist forces in Syria. So that's one problem, because if Trump is so enamored of Ashara, who really hasn't, I don't believe he's changed his stripes. And I know you always say we all are, we base our policies on interests. And I think, the jury is still really out on the interest, on whether we have shared interests with Ashara. And, so far, I don't think so. And with Turkey, for certain, we don't. Turkey is a bad actor. And President Trump is always saying, they're our friends, and Turkey wants to step up and take a role in post-war Gaza. And the only thing that really, I would say, is saving us from that impossible, let's say, eventuality, is the fact that nobody wants to, the international force, the so-called international force, nobody wants to really step up to that plate, except, of course, Turkey, because Turkey has ill will towards Israel, wants to do something. So we're very nervous about post-war Gaza, and we still don't have the body of Ron Gvili, the last dead hostage, still in Gaza. By the way, we knew that was going to happen when it got down to the last hostage that had to be returned. We knew that Hamas would hold on to him or her.
So you're right in bringing up Gaza, which is also an important issue. Everyone's talking about moving to stage 2 of the Trump peace plan. Obviously, that's contingent on releasing the hostage, but that could happen anytime soon. The question is, the Americans just in the last few days released their plan for the future of Gaza. I think they call it Sunrise, and Gaza is going to be this marvelous place with high tech and a smart economy and prosperity. It'll be, to use the old cliche, it'll really be the Singapore of the Middle East, or the Dubai of the Levant, yes? But having said that, a lot of Israelis are very cynical. And the bottom line is this: the ceasefire from Israel's perspective is based on Hamas disarming and no longer ruling. In other words, they lose their military and political control over the Gaza Strip. And the Gaza Strip is demilitarized. That's the bottom line for Israel. That's why we agreed to the ceasefire agreement. It's part of the 20 Trump points. Gaza is demilitarized. Hamas is no longer in effective power over the Gaza Strip, no longer in political control, and they are disarmed. Hamas is disarmed. They were Israel's war aims from the very beginning of the war, and we were very, very pleased to see that Trump included them in their ceasefire arrangements. Now, it's clear Hamas is trying to weasel out. Yes, Hamas does not want to disarm. What terrorist group wants to voluntarily give up its arms? I don't think there are any. But we have to see pressure on Hamas, continued pressure. That could mean Israeli military pressure. That could mean diplomatic pressure from Hamas's best friends in the Sunni Arab world, which is Qatar and Turkey. But at the moment, the jury's out on if this is working or not. Now, should I be worried, Ruthie? And I'll ask you the following question. When Hamas spoke to the American people earlier this week, last week, in his national broadcast, he talks about bringing peace to the Middle East, right? And in many ways, I mean, he bought the ceasefire agreement, but it's clear in Gaza it's not over. And to what extent is Trump there ready to stay the course? In what extent is he happy he got the deal and now is moving on? And yet the pieces are still very much in flow there in Gaza. We're not sure what's going to happen. If Hamas refuses to disarm, we're back to square one. That means maybe a renewed Israeli military operation. If the Americans don't successfully use Qatar and Turkey like they did in the past to put pressure on Hamas to do the right thing, then we can say, kiss goodbye the chances of Hamas voluntarily demilitarizing, which will force Israel then to return to the military pressure on Hamas that we were doing before the ceasefire came in. I mean, do you think Israel and the United States are on the same page on this issue?
No, I'm very concerned about that because the two countries, we are on the same page, sort of in theory, all right? Yes, Hamas has to disarm. Hamas is not disarming. Hamas has to be disarmed, has to be defeated, has to be killed. The fact that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are already, there's already sort of music going on in the background, according to which, well, we can live with Hamas still in Gaza, in some fashion. Maybe they'll be in a separate part of Gaza. There's all kinds of ridiculous fantasies. It's not that the U.S. is on Hamas's side. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. But it's like, we want this fantasy. We want to have this, Riviera of the Middle East in Gaza. And unfortunately, the terrorists are screwing up our fantasy. So let's adjust it. All right, that happens a lot in international relations, particularly with Westerners who just believe that everybody just wants to get along and have peace. And you just mentioned again, Qatar and Turkey, you have to pressure them. Mark, Qatar is Hamas. Turkey is Hamas. Turkey wants Israel wiped off the map. So you're talking about mediators and people who are supposed to do this who are on the side of the enemy. So, and even Egypt, with which we have a long-standing peace treaty, Egypt has become and is acting like a hostile member of this whole situation. Says, no, we don't want to, we're not meeting with the Israelis, as though we don't have a peace treaty with them. So I'm very skeptical about all of this. And unfortunately, I have to say, Israelis, here's a big problem. When you don't have an October 7th or some major horrific thing, like in Australia, the Bondi Beach terrorist attack, when there's a dramatic event, some people say, they mean business. We've got to do something. As soon as it calms down a little bit, as we saw recently, and with Trump's 20-point plan, and yes, Israel really did weaken all the enemies in the region, everyone sort of calms down and forgets that the threat is still there.
I'd like to respond, Ruthie, by saying the following with your permission. Number one, as much as the relationship with Egypt can be challenging at times, the peace treaty has been there for getting close to half a century now, and that's a good thing, right? It's the peace between Israel and Egypt is very important for Israel's security. It's important for Egypt, and I think both sides have an interest in keeping that peace treaty. It was the first peace treaty between Israel and an Arab country. And so far, with all the problems, with all the ups and downs, it has stood the test of time. And just a few days ago, Israel announced this gas deal with Egypt. We're selling them Israeli gas. Who would have thought that the Jewish state would become an energy exporter to an Arab country? Well, it's happened. And it's happening to the major benefit of Egypt, who's getting good gas and cheaper gas. And it's a good benefit for Israel because we're selling it. And it's building an economic relationship between the two countries, which I hope will also strengthen the other relationships. A good economic relationship can often form the basis of a stronger bilateral relationship. On the issue of Turkey, and you say Turkey is Hamas or something to the sort. I mean, I've got no illusions about the Turks, but I think it's wrong to see Turkey as Hamas. Turkey is headed by someone from the Muslim Brotherhood sort of world outlook. He's obviously no friend of the Jewish people or of Israel. He's been known to say anti-Semitic things. But I think he's more interested in neo-Ottoman empire building than he is about Hamas. Hamas is a tool for him. Hamas is an ally, but I make a distinction between Turkey and Hamas. The best example is just before October 7th, the president of Israel made an official visit to Turkey and they rolled out the red carpet and everyone was making nice. And that couldn't happen if they were Hamas. Once again, I don't deny that they can be a threat. I don't deny they can be an adversary, but they're not exactly Hamas. I think that's incorrect. But we have to discuss, before we finish, one more thing. We haven't discussed Lebanon. And there was all this talk from Washington as well, that Hezbollah has to be disarmed by the 31st of December, by the end of this year. And we're getting very close to the end of the year. And so far, though Hezbollah's military power has been significantly mitigated by Israeli military strikes, the Lebanese government was supposed to follow through. They were supposed to demilitarize the remainder, yes, the residual Hezbollah force. That has not happened. And Hezbollah remains an armed force, remains a threat, a lesser threat, but it wants to be in a position where it can make some sort of minor threat and rebuild its potential. And we're moving now to the end of the year. Israel, of course, continues to strike against Hezbollah targets when need be in Lebanon. But the question is, where is Trump on this issue? Is he now not looking at Lebanon? Because without pressure on the Lebanese government, without Israeli military pressure on Hezbollah, they're not going to follow through on disarming Hezbollah. It's obviously difficult for them to do. They're not going to do it, the Lebanese government, unless they're under pressure from America and others to do so, and to do so now.
No, absolutely. So what we have to see is how much President Trump remembers that or is reminded of those things by the people around him, because he's been extremely solid throughout. But, he's erratic, and every once in a while he says something that makes us nervous. But as long as he doesn't prevent Israel from doing what it needs to do, that's already important for Israel. It's not that we expect America to do the work for Israel, but we really need America not to threaten us or prevent us from doing what needs to be done. And as you said, we have been playing whack-a-mole in Lebanon and Gaza because all of this disarming hasn't happened. It's like we have this mini war of attrition going on, and we don't want to do it. We don't want to have to keep fighting, but we're going to have to because, and even from Egypt, drones going over from Egypt, everywhere you look, there's terrorist activity being rebuilt and being carried out. And they know what they're doing, okay? Because Hezbollah was basically defeated. But it's enough to have its little barbarian terrorists pop out of this tunnel, that tunnel, rearm a little bit to make us have to take them out. We take them out. It looks like we're the aggressors. It's part of the terrorist plan. Where they can't defeat Israel militarily, they do it on the international stage. They do it by playing the victim, etc. So that's what worries me. But I do have hope that this meeting in Mar-a-Lago, if it indeed takes place, because I think President Trump said that he something like, he hopes it's taking place next week. I mean, it hasn't been formally announced, but it's supposed to take place on December 29th. I'm hoping, since he does get along with Netanyahu, but the question is now, I'm hoping that what they are cooking between them is something that even you and I don't know exactly what's happening, and that's good. I would rather something be going on behind the scenes that we don't know about that is extremely effective, and have all the hype about peace busting out all over. I would rather have something going on behind the scenes, as we've seen before in joint operations. And so we'll see. We have to wait and see.
So we've discussed, Ruthie, we discussed what's on the table at Mar-a-Lago. We discussed Iran, we discussed Gaza, we discussed Syria, we discussed Lebanon. We didn't discuss Saudi Arabia, probably because we've run out of time. And secondly, no one seems to be discussing Saudi Arabia. There was a while ago that everyone thought that there was going to be a Trump-brokered breakthrough, the extension of the Abraham Accords, and a peace treaty between normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. No one seems to be talking about that. I'm worried. I'm worried that because the Saudis seem to have got everything they wanted from America without a normalization agreement with Israel, that their motivation for doing so has been lowered. Because if they can get their F-35s and their economic cooperation and their strategic defense understandings all in place without making peace with Israel, what's the motivation for them doing so? But let's not go into that now. I'm just worried, unless you're correct. You said something that's ultimately very optimistic, that we don't know what's really going on when the doors are closed. And so it will be an issue. But I wanted to finish off, with your permission, today's episode. You are in New York. You were there for the funeral of your father on Friday. You've been sitting Shiva, the Jewish way of mourning, in the week following the funeral. You've been receiving guests. It's been a difficult time for you. It's been a difficult time for your whole family. Your father was a great public intellectual, one of the great public intellectuals of the latter half of the 20th century, even in the beginning of this century. He died, he was close to 96, I believe. And your father, Norman Podhoretz, was an outstanding public intellectual, speaking out on all the issues, as you said at the beginning of today's episode. International relations, American internal policy. He was a lover of America and a lover of Israel. And I just thought we'd give you the last few minutes to talk about your father a little bit, Ruthie.
All right. Well, actually, you asked me before the broadcast if I would perhaps like to read aloud what Prime Minister Netanyahu asked me to read at my father's funeral. He crafted a sort of a statement, a eulogy, a short eulogy for my father. So I can do that, and that sums it up. Because what, talking about my father, it's hard. Yeah, he was a great public intellectual, but he and I, most of the things we talked about, I wouldn't be able to quote on the air because a lot of foul-mouthed language, a lot of very irreverent teasing. I mean, that's the relationship we had. And, it's sort of hard to, I would say, summarize it in a few words. But I, if you would like, I can read what Prime Minister Netanyahu said about him.
Please do. Please do, Ruthie.
All right. Now I need my glasses because I can't read this. Okay. Here's this is from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Sarah and I were deeply saddened to learn of the passing of our dear friend Norman Podhoretz. Our friendship spanned nearly half a century. In every one of our meetings, I gleaned much from the founts of his wisdom, the depth of his conviction, and his wry wit. The legendary editor of Commentary magazine, Norman was a towering public intellectual who influenced millions with his seminal body of work. He and his late wife and partner, Midge Decter, advocated a firm stance against the totalitarian forces that threaten America, Israel, and all free societies. Norman was an American patriot. His love for the United States permeated all he said and did. Likewise, his devotion to the Jewish people in the state of Israel was unstinting, as was his belief in the indispensable alliance between America and Israel that guaranteed peace through strength. We send our deepest condolences to Ruthie, John, Naomi, and the entire Podhoretz family. So I thought that was very lovely, and I read it at the funeral, and that saved me from having to add to the eulogies, there were some really lovely eulogies. I could never have done justice the way those did. So I preferred to read Netanyahu's statement.
So, Ruthie, I can understand that. And I want to say once again that you have the sympathy and the support of me, and I think of all the people who watch our podcasts. We wish you strength. We wish you and your family long lives. And we look forward to seeing you here in Jerusalem next week when you'll be back in Israel at the end of your Shiva. And then we'll do another episode of Israel Diplomatic Face-to-Face. Until then, Ruthie, I wish you well.
Thank you so much, Mark. See you next week.
I told you that big things were coming, and Bibi Netanyahu has not disappointed. $110 billion is now being invested into Israel's weapons production, and I cannot overestimate the significance of this decision. Israel is going independent over the next decade. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I so did. According to Netanyahu, this enormous decision came from a need to reduce our dependence on all players, including friends. He is, of course, referring here to the United States, who has massively enabled our military capabilities. Is this a good or a dangerous move, potentially angering our greatest ally? Or is this the dawn of a new day for Israel? As always, we will break it all down. This is the Meira Kay Show on JNS TV. Let's start from the very beginning. As always, we need the context, because without the history, we are not going to understand why this move makes such a big difference. I'm going to take you back to a starry night in 1947, where the state of Israel was about to be declared. The tension was palpable and the fear absolutely enormous. It was clear to all that if the declaration from the UN came through, the Arab countries around us would fight, as would the Arabs within the country. And Israel has a problem, as almost no countries would supply us with arms to avoid fueling a potential conflict. Specifically, the US and Britain, who, surprise, surprise, didn't have a problem providing the Arab countries with tanks and planes, basically put us under an embargo. So, what did Israel do? We have an enormous war to fight and no way to do so. Well, interestingly enough, Czechoslovakia, with Stalin's approval, agrees to sell Israel leftover Nazi German weapons for cash. They arrive in a massive airlift under Operation Balak. And to think of young Israelis who have just survived the Holocaust fighting against the Arabs with rifles that still had Nazi logos on them is just an unbelievable. The fact that we survived this war was a miracle in and of itself. I mean, did you know that we set up fake movie studios in what's known as the lipstick smuggling network for machinery that could create bullets, or used underground factories to create mortars, i.e. bombs, that basically didn't work but made such loud noise that the enemies were petrified? Anyway, we didn't really have the actual things that we needed to win, and I could geek out about the details of all the things that Israel did to protect itself back then without the military abilities, but this episode will never end, so let's refocus. It was a hard time for a struggling country, and honestly, it was a win that no one anticipated. To think that it was Russia that helped us to survive is kind of nuts, especially given the fact that the arms that they gave us were truly utter junk. But it is after this war that Israel realized it's going to need strong friends to help us defend ourselves, and it sets out to build diplomatic relationships to procure arms. In fact, right away, they find a new ally, and by 1967, we have a really strong ally in place, surprisingly, France. For 15 years, they had been providing us with a very modern air force supplied almost entirely by them. Why was France suddenly our best friend? Well, as often the case with allied countries, it was our shared enemy that united us. To them, Egypt was a problem. And for Israel, of course, being on their border, we knew that Egypt was a serious threat. France had wanted to take on Arab nationalism for quite a while because they were causing many different issues in their colonies, and realized that Israel could potentially be a good partner in that. But when the war between the rebels in Algeria against France ended, the French started to have a change of heart. They suddenly wanted to make friends with these Arab countries because of all of the oil. And yes, you guessed right, they decided to throw Israel under the bus to obtain that. Just 3 days before the Six-Day War, the famous Six-Day War started, the French president de Gaulle imposed a total arms embargo on Israel in hopes of getting them to not preempt the war, something that there was a lot of whispers about. This, of course, didn't work, and Israel successfully, in one of the most astounding military feats of all time, used the air force that they had already been given and took out the majority of Egypt's air force on one bright morning in a war that lasted just 6 days. People often miss this part of the miracle. Had the war drawn out even a bit longer, Israel would not have had any of the arms that it needed because of this embargo. The French betrayal of Israel wasn't just in the arms issue. It was also in the fact that we had paid them for many more arms that they refused to send to us, keeping both the money and the products. Remember, we're a young state with little money or almost no money. But we did have brains, and so what did we decide to do about those 12 missile boats they refused to send to us? Well, on Christmas Eve of 1969, a year after the war had ended, Israeli sailors disguised as tourists sneaked onto the boats, fired up the engines, and sailed them out of France into a raging winter storm, while the French government was on holiday, and they made it to Israel. I mean, we had paid for those boats, but we had also paid for 50 planes, and with the planes in our possession starting to die out, we needed them. But France adamantly refused. Manufacturing seemed like the most obvious way forward, but we needed the know-how, i.e. the blueprints. How are we going to get that? Well, Israel launched a daring intelligence operation to steal the means of its own survival. The Mossad recruited a Swiss engineer at a company licensed to build the Mirage engines, the plane engines, who managed to smuggle over 2 tons of classified blueprints to Israel by swapping out the crates destined for the incinerator with old newspapers. Using those stolen plans, Israel's aerospace industries first cloned these engines to create the Nesher, our first real plane, which proved critical in the 1973 Yom Kippur War, shooting down over 100 of our enemy's planes. They then radically engineered their design by stuffing a massive American engine into this French airframe to create what we now know as the Kfir. It's a Frankenstein jet that was faster than the original and birthed Israel's modern high-tech defense industry. This betrayal taught Israel a lot, and really in many ways started the beginning of us creating our own defense systems. But again, we didn't have the ability to truly become the military superpower that we needed to defend ourselves. And then enters the US. During this time, they're in the midst of dealing with a Russian threat, right? And looking at the Cold War map, they realize that maybe backing Israel isn't such a bad idea. After years of a cold shoulder, the US starts to send us proper military planes. Remember, we're on the border with Egypt and Syria, who were then backed by the Soviets. But we needed more than just an air force. We needed tanks and ammo, and having learned our lesson from the French, who betrayed us just like this, we decide to diversify. Yes, some still came from the Americans, but not directly. Out of fear of angering the Arab countries, they used Germany as a middleman to secretly provide us with American tanks under the German reparations for the Holocaust. We also brought some stuff from the UK, and in a really interesting twist of events, during the 6-Day War, about 5 years beforehand, Egypt and Syria had left hundreds of Soviet tanks, brand new, in the desert when we defeated them. We then went and took them over. We have, at this point, a mishmash of an army, which ends up proving to be a real issue come the Yom Kippur War, because the war took Israel completely by surprise. And to power the tanks that the UK had given us, we needed the right shells to fire. But they were petrified of facing an oil embargo as a potential consequence of siding with us, so they refused to send us anything. In a matter of days, we had almost no ammo. We couldn't use the Russian tanks, we couldn't use the UK tanks, and we were basically stuck. We had the tanks and planes, right? But none of the fuel or bullets. By the way, this is now the second time and comes back to why Israel's moving towards energy independence is so important. For those who don't get the reference, make sure to check out our previous episode on the oil deal Israel is doing with Egypt. Oil and military dependence come hand in hand, and countries make diplomatic decisions all the time based on their oil and trade needs. In the future, Israel will be able to stop countries from supporting our enemies because they can threaten their own oil embargoes on them. But one second, let's get back to the topic at hand. So we call on the US because it's the Yom Kippur War and we don't have the stuff that they need, and they, i.e. Nixon, decide to help. In what's known as Operation Nickelgrass, for 32 days they send us massive supplies to replenish our army, and it saves us. It isn't just shells, it's tanks and jets as well. But this comes with the ultimate price, the one that we are still familiar with till this day. It was golden handcuffs. It saved us. But when then they decided that the war needed to end for their own reasons, Israel was forced into a ceasefire. You see, within a few weeks, we had recovered from the surprise attack and had flipped the table completely. The Egyptians were surrounded in the desert with no supplies. But that didn't fit the plan the US had, hoping for a peace deal one day and knowing that if we really, really won, that would never happen. So they forced Israel to stop the war right in the middle and feed the Egyptians, or the supplies to Israel would stop. And here Israel kind of learned the lesson that this money was going to come with some serious strings attached. And this just didn't work for us. The Israeli defense establishment went into a manic state of production. The logic was simple. If we build everything ourselves, no one can ever turn off the tap. It's a similar logic to what we're feeling now. For about 15 years, from 1974 to 1987, Israel tries to become a mini superpower. We are still buying a tremendous amount from the US, but we are also manufacturing our own. We build our own tanks, the Merkava. We build the Galil rifle, so we don't need Europe. And we also invest heavily in creating our own plane called the Lavi. The idea is not to be dependent on the US for jets, because we are still buying the F-15s and F-16s from them. But it turns out that the US didn't like this. They don't want us building competition. So they tell us to cut the Lavi plan in a super controversial move here in Israel in 1987. It hardly passes in the government. It's only one vote that gets this whole operation cancelled. But Israel had been investing in this for ages, and the whole country was really behind it. Again, Israel, for the second time, does something that is bad for the country in order to keep the money from the United States. But it brings the birth of something new and important. What was Israel going to do with the thousands of engineers and brilliant minds that had been working on this jet project? Israel doesn't want them to leave the country, so they pour money into new departments within the aerospace industry. Since they couldn't build the plane, they want the tech to build the smartest missiles, radars, and drones that maybe could potentially destroy other planes. And that's what Israel did. Very quickly, it moved into high tech, but for the military. The Iron Dome, the laser beams, and cyber. But it was more than that. We're building optimized technology, designs, and codes. Remember, most Israeli men are military trained. They have extensive understanding of the needs for the army. And so, in many ways, the Lavi ending comes and starts to be a bit of a blessing in disguise. But what actually happens to the manufacturing of the real parts? The bombs, the bullets, the tanks, etc. Well, here comes the golden handcuffs bit. The US introduces a program of financial aid. We're all familiar with it at this point. There's a big misconception that the aid that the US sends us is just a free gift, and we know that this is false. The money needs to be used in the United States. Well, actually, there's a small caveat. When the arrangement was first signed, they were sending about $3 billion a year, roughly half of which was economic aid, something that Israel gradually phased out. This deal is different from what we are now familiar with because they agreed to allow Israel to spend 25% of it in Israel. But I'm going to get to that in a second. America has very specific reasons it funds us, and all of them are majorly beneficial to them. These are the top 5. They have political interests in keeping a strong ally in the Middle East. The money we are given needs to be used in the US, which bolsters their economy. They can force our hand on military decisions that don't align with their interests. They receive in return some of the best tech and intelligence that only Israel can provide, and they stop us from becoming serious competition to them in the arms manufacturing business. What happens next is a very weird hybrid situation. The 25% that we could spend here up until 2016 was given so that Israel could build out the tech. Think of it as kind of like an apology for them making us cancel Lavi. I mean, imagine a kitchen with Israel making the recipes, but the ingredients are all in the United States. Take the Iron Dome, for example. The radar and software are made in Israel, but the manufacturing of the actual missiles is in the United States. Similar with the Merkava tanks. We build the whole thing, but the engine comes from America. It's a weird hybrid situation. And why? Well, with all the money that the US was giving Israel to spend there, it didn't make sense to use our own money on manufacturing here when it would be technically free for us to have them make it. Think about it like this. We need 100,000 artillery shells. Option number 1 with an Israeli factory costs 50 million shekels from the Israeli taxpayer budget. Option number 2, the American factory, costs 0 from the Israeli budget because it's paid for by the US credit. It's kind of pretty obvious. Our tech just keeps getting stronger and stronger, but our blue-collar production factories start to shut down slowly, slowly, slowly. In 2016, with Obama's deal, this really took a turn. You see, they announced a huge deal of $38 billion in aid over 10 years, but 100% of it now needed to be spent in the US. And we decided to take it. All $38 billion goes directly to military arms. None of it is now economic support, which was a big shift. I mean, the irony of this is also just completely insane. On one hand, we're exporting the best tech in the world, worth billions and billions and billions. But on the other hand, come a real war, we are completely dependent on the US for the actual arms to fight. And then comes October 7th, and Israel sees the serious issues with this. Yes, we have the best tech, but we don't have the bombs needed to fight, or the bullets. And when Biden started to pause the shipments, we were in serious trouble. This dictated a huge amount of our war strategy and is a big part of why it took so long for us to get to the point that we're at now. And Bibi notices. And so, therefore, this is why this enormous announcement this week that for the next 10 years, $110 billion will be invested into our own manufacturing is so significant. It's about 15% of Israel's GDP. To put it into perspective, the aid that we received from the US over 10 years is about $38 billion. This is almost triple that. And whilst we don't yet know a huge amount of the deal, the reason for this is that Israel can be military self-sufficient even from our allies. We will still be buying some parts from other countries, but we are looking to build our independence. This is a deliberate shift as our concerns over future restrictions have proven to be legitimate. We saw the embargoes over the war, and it honestly can't continue. But it's not just making sure we don't have troubles in the future, it's actually going to enhance our operational secrecy and autonomy in conflicts and position us as a global arms exporter. Now, before you get too excited, it's important to note that this isn't happening tomorrow. This will take ages to actually get off the ground. Ages. And it's also no coincidence that this announcement was made just before Netanyahu's trip to Florida to meet with Trump. It will be used as a helping line for negotiations, which brings us really to the question of how the US is going to react. But there are other problems as well. Will the money be diverted from other critical national needs Israel might have? I mean, it's 50% of the GDP. Will it provoke other countries into a bit of an arms race as they get afraid of Israel's new enhanced capabilities? I mean, these are all questions we're going to need to ask. But truly, the most important question is, will this put us in a dangerous position with the US, as it will take time for us to become independent? And whilst I don't have the full answer, I think it's pretty safe to assume that Bibi didn't make such an enormous decision without having checked with his friends in the White House first. I mean, you have to understand what it takes for a $110 billion investment. This is not a small, simple announcement. There have been months and months of preparation to make this happen. And if I were to guess, I'd say that there are many people, even in the American administration, who are actually kind of happy for this. Look, we know that the current administration is our friends, but it is not always going to be the case. And as the winds blow against Israel, not just in the Democrat Party, but significantly in the Republican Party now as well, it wouldn't surprise me if some of our allies are secretly pushing for this to ensure Israel's long-term safety. In many ways, this is honestly a win politically for them. With Stop Foreign Funding growing as a sentiment across the US, this may be a way to make those voters happy, but also ensure that Israel is protected against potential dangerous future administrations. I mean, I'm just going to say it. I think that the voters who think that this is a good idea are idiots. They just don't understand politics at all. This announcement is great for Israel. Yes, it's complicated, but it's not that good for the United States. They stand to lose a lot, but that's become the new norm. Uneducated people calling for things that actually are harmful to them. I mean, gays for Palestine. Anyone? As we've said multiple times, America actually gains a lot more from the funding of our military than Israel does. For Israel, yes, it's a survival mechanism, but in many ways it stops us from the things that we want. For America, it honestly just enhances their situation. But there's another reason that the timing of this is, again, strategic. Over the last few weeks, it has become clear that the US is planning on selling F-35s to Saudi Arabia in hopes to grow the Middle East anti-Iran alliance group. F-35s are like the most developed planes that we have at the moment. Saudi Arabia now has the same status as Israel, a major non-NATO ally. And we know that Trump's plan is for Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations, which is why Israel Israel hasn't really tried to stop the sales of these planes, but it doesn't mean we're happy about it. And Turkey, by the way, is also trying to get back into the F-35 program, which could be a real issue for Israel. Why am I bringing this up? Well, because whilst we really aren't interested in potential enemy countries having very high-flying planes, Netanyahu is going to use this announcement as leverage to kind of fight back. How exactly? We don't know. But potentially, could he be negotiating for better planes or other military wins? Yes. It's important to note that the US has a law since 2008, which we call the QME, the Qualitative Military Edge. The idea is that the US is legally required to keep Israel's military edge, meaning they cannot sell an Arab country in the Middle East anything equal to what Israel has. So how are they going to be selling this plane to Saudi Arabia? Well, to begin with, they've kind of dumbed down the planes a little bit, but also they have allowed Israel to modify and enhance the F-35s, and we're the only ones who can do so. This law doesn't run out like the money agreements we have with them that needs to be re-signed every 10 years. This is a law. The US president cannot legally sell advanced arms to an Arab nation without first submitting a report to Congress certifying that Israel's edge remains safe. Now, why would they do this? A few reasons. As we have said, the US actually gains a lot from a strong Israel. For one, the Middle East is important for trade in oil. America doesn't want to fight wars and specifically wants to make sure that a massive war doesn't erupt, therefore disrupting trade. With a strong military edge, Israel serves as a deterrent, and the US doesn't need to deploy troops. Israel is also stable, unlike the other Arab countries that change overnight, and many of these countries have Soviet tendencies. This policy actually started back then when Egypt and Syria were backed by the Soviets. We are the pro-American country which isn't changing and could keep Soviet proxies at bay. Also, because of our wars, we are constantly improving their arms. We are contractually obligated to share the data with them, and so it's basically battle testing for free, keeping them with a military edge as well. And so here we are, at the beginning of a crossroads and a shift. Whilst we're so used to Israel and America's relationship being so interdependent and so positive in that way, we are seeing that things need to change. In last week's episode, we discussed how Bibi said that there are many, many more surprises, and honestly, he didn't disappoint. These lessons that we are learning have unfortunately been a long time coming, but I truly believed that the shifts we are seeing towards a more autonomous Israel, less dependent and unbelievably militarily and economically strong, are almost messianic. These are amazing times. True, many things can happen. True, it's not happening tomorrow, but it's the right track, and for a long time we felt that maybe we had lost our way. Maybe there wasn't much to be hopeful for, but this is not the case. Relationships evolve. The US and Israel's dynamic needs to shift from what used to be a very intense dependency into something that's much more on the same bar. Hopefully, even though there might be some growing pains, this will be good for everyone in the end. The doctrine of need, free aid, being dependent on others, just needs to be a thing of the past for Israel. It really does. Look at how many examples we presented in this episode, and there are many, many more that just prove how dangerous our dependency is. And now we're shifting away from needing others. But not just that, we're becoming powerful in our own right, moving towards countries becoming dependent on us. The Israel of 2023 will be unrecognizable from the Israel of 2033, economically, militarily, and diplomatically. The country is at the start of a boom, and I, for one, am so grateful to be living through these times. Remember, America as an ally is of utmost importance because at the end of the day, it is the West, the Judeo-Christian values that are going to be able and capable of fighting against the infiltrators to our economies and countries. We are seeing these infiltrations across the spectrum, and Israel's just the forefront. We fight the wars for America, and that relationship is always going to be connected. The question is, at what fault? At what point does Israel say, okay, back off a little bit? We can work together, but we cannot have our survival dependent on a president who might just end up hating us. And so if you're an American watching this episode and you're thinking, well, is this really bad for America? I'd say no. I'd say it's different. It's a shift. It's a shift away from the reality that we've known, which has had its benefits, but into something different. Something which, if you believe in Israel and you want Israel to survive, is actually massively, massively important for the future of our country. Both things can be true at the same time. Something can be good for Israel and good for America, and the relationship between these two countries is not going anywhere. As I said, this is going to take quite a bit of time for us to figure out. It is not happening tomorrow, but it is a correct and significant shift in the right direction. And finally, I've been waiting to do this episode for so long. I'm Ira Kay, and I will see you next time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Alec Pollard, coming to you live from Israel with the top stories in the region. U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a crucial summit last night at Mar-a-Lago, discussing the Gaza ceasefire, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, peaceful relations with Syria, and confronting Iran. On Phase 2 in Gaza, Trump reiterated that Hamas will have a very short period to disarm and warned of severe consequences if they fail, stressing that other countries will act if necessary. He said, on the other hand, that Israel has lived up to the plan 100%.
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Trump also issued a warning to Hamas's benefactor Iran should they continue their ballistic missile buildup or revive their nuclear program.
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay? One will be yes, absolutely. The other was, we'll do it immediately.
The Iranians were listening in to the Netanyahu-Trump meeting, and President Masoud Pezeshkian issued his own threat today on X, posting, "The response of the Islamic Republic of Iran to any oppressive aggression will be harsh and regrettable." This while Iran faces domestic unrest, as protests erupted across the country for a second straight day due to a collapsing currency and deepening economic crisis. Demonstrators took to the streets in Tehran and other cities after the Iranian rial plunged to its lowest level ever, nearing 1,250,000 rials to the US dollar on the open market. Shopkeepers closed their stores, major streets were blocked, and clashes were reported between protesters and security forces. The Iranian regime has moved quickly to blame outside forces, claiming the unrest is being driven by enemy psychological warfare, cognitive operations, and foreign incitement. Affiliated media pointing the finger at Israel and exiled opposition networks. Beyond economic grievances, the demonstrations are taking on a political tone. Chants heard on the streets include open support for exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. IDF troops have discovered a Hamas terror tunnel near the Gaza border after heavy rain and flooding caused the ground to collapse. Golani Brigade soldiers identified the tunnel after rain-induced landslides shifted the terrain, revealing an underground passage previously undetected. The tunnel was located approximately 800 meters from the border near Kibbutz Kisufim and is entirely within Israel's side of the Yellow Line. The discovery comes as the IDF continues efforts to locate and destroy tunnels. The military has reinforced engineering units in the area. It's expanded earthworks in the buffer zone and intensified efforts to demolish underground terror infrastructure. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a conference call from Florida with billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk, who accepted an invitation to take part in a smart transportation conference in Israel this March. The talks also covered cooperation with Tesla, legislation on autonomous vehicles, and the advancement of AI, with Netanyahu saying Israel intends to become a global leader in the field, as it did with cyber technologies. And in Israel, like everywhere else around the world, people rely heavily on their internet connection. But today, internet was down in many locations throughout the country. Provider companies announced a nationwide malfunction in the service, while authorities are investigating the possibility of a cyber attack. Iranian news sources have reported so, claiming it was the Islamic Republic who succeeded in damaging Israel's wireless network. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for our next edition. We'll be here as events continue to unfold. You can also scan the QR code on your screen for constant updates on our ILTV app. Until then, thanks for watching.